Happy Crimson Tuesday. We're back. I usually like to wait to come on and to see if someone actually says something first, so I don't even know if anyone's here. This could be the day. The first time in the 5 years since I've started that no one's... Oh, okay. Chromatic Cobra, you're first. Happy Crimson Tuesday. I was about to say, maybe this is going to be the day that no one watches at all, right? It could happen. It could happen any day now. I thought it was today, but it's not. Maybe another day. Happy Crimson Tuesday. Chromatic Cobra. Just you and me. Happy Crimson Tuesday. And Blah Holtzen, happy Crimson Tuesday. Good to see you. Hope you're well. I think, speaking of a break from tradition or a break from what usually happens, just a Jeffy, good evening to you. I think I'm going to skip EGA Double Dragon. Nobody's here. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot confirms nobody's here. Happy Crimson Tuesday. Also Deledrius. I'm going to skip EGA DOS Double Dragon today. Zeratoxcraft, happy Crimson Tuesday. Happy Maple Tuesday to you. Because, I know, who am I? Because I've got a good reason. It's because we have an extra long slideshow today, and I still want to get some work done. Which means, oh, Streaksy, happy Crimson Tuesday. Merry Tuesday to you too. Yeah, I got a big old slideshow to show you guys today, longer than usual. No mushrooms. No, I don't think there's any mushrooms in this. But yeah, which means in lieu of EGA DOS Double Dragon, I'm going to be showing you some photos of where I was the past week, which hopefully will be a little bit interesting at least. I was in London the past week, and part of that was popping into Adventure X, which is really cool to go see, among other things. And we're going to do that. And then after that, of course, there will be a snack break. And everyone has to serve their own snacks. And after snack break, there will be EGA pixeling. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, there will be pixeling of EGA art. And I really do think, I said this the last 5 times, but I really probably mean this time it's going to be the last time. We're going to be working on the interior background that we've been working on. And then, of course, we will wrap up the night with Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. And I don't know what to do in that game, but I have some ideas of stuff I'm going to try. I have not looked at any walkthroughs yet for that game, but this might be the day where that happens. Lady Norman, happy Crimson Tuesday. Excuse me. So, why don't we just get right into it, in fact. Here's a sandwich I ate last week. Where did I eat this sandwich? This was the sandwich I ate at the airport before getting on the plane to London. It was pretty good. Go myself a happy Crimson Tuesday. I'm just getting into my little slideshow of my trip that I just took. This was a pretty okay sandwich. It had some sweet potato in it, some roasted tomatoes, some kind of ham. Arugula, I really like arugula. That was a big selling point for me. But it wasn't as good as the sandwiches I would have during the rest of the trip, so we'll get to those. Mugmonster, happy Crimson Tuesday. Thank you so much for the resub. Good to see you. Welcome back, says Mugmonster. Thank you, it's good to be back. Yes, international travel, sandwiches of the world. I'm a little bit under the weather, so if I sound a little bit different, it's because I'm slightly under the weather. Oh, Streaksy, I've been to UK, didn't even visit me. I forgot you lived there. To be honest, I am so sorry. All that we've made about time zones. I should have said something, and I apologize. Definitely would have wanted to meet you. So yeah, I thought my throat was sore from just talking loudly in crowded spaces, and maybe that's the case because I definitely feel better now than I did at the beginning of the day. Yeah, I'm so yeah. Streaksy, I tend to forget who's where, and that's my bad. Let's move on from the sandwich. This is the first meal I had on the airplane. Look at this horrible lighting. This is, I don't know. I guess it's a plane they might have. I heard that Virgin Airlines planes have all kinds of wacky colors. You've never been to London, okay? Would you care to share? You don't have to share too specifically, vaguely where you are, but if you want to care, if you care to vaguely share where you are, in the UK, because I was in the Midlands for the first time this visit, which was very lovely. No, Lady Streaks, Lady Norman. No, how much giving out calls. That person wanted to happy Crimson Tuesday. Near Newcastle. I've heard of Newcastle. I've heard of Northeast Newcastle, if you've heard of it. Indeed. That is, I think that's further than I went. But I only really had the time to visit one person outside of London. So I probably would not have been able to come see you in Newcastle if that was the case. But maybe next time. You're in the Appalachians. That's nowhere near the UK. But I was in the Midlands, and that was lovely. Newcastle, I learned that people from Newcastle are called Geordie. Because there was a lady on season 19 of Taskmaster who has this lovely Geordie accent. And I wonder if you have a lovely Geordie accent. She was great on that show. I forget her name, of course. Okay, yes. This plane had the bizarrest lighting schemes that would shift and everything. And I don't really know how I feel about that. Because overall, I find international travel, particularly air travel, very trying. I don't like it. It's very it's stressful and tiring. Okay. Ostrixie says my wife's a Geordie. I'm from the rival city Sunderland. Okay, understood. Yeah, that accent is adorable, the Geordie accent. And if anyone wants to hear the Geordie accent, check out season 19 of Taskmaster, which is one of my favorite seasons ever, I think. And there's this blonde lady on there. I don't remember her name. I don't, but she's Geordie. Lady Norman, very vocal. I don't have. You're very vocal about your locations. I have zero memory. Like, no memory at all. I'm like a goldfish. Oh, nice. There's a Jersey Shore parody called Geordie Shore, which is a billion season. Okay, anyway, this lasagna. The best thing about this lasagna was the temperature. It was served piping hot, and that was very, very welcome. The other stuff you see on this is a bun above the pasta. This was pasta with meat sauce. And to the left of the bun is, I forget, some kind of a carroty mayonnaise salad. Oh yes, Nova Scotia. See, there you go. I don't remember anything. Seagull 2000, Happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah, the lighting was not good. And look at this. This was this dessert in the upper right was this brownie with kind of a gelatinous top. I don't know, but it was pretty good. I have to say, didn't mind that at all. And yeah, look at this. Look at the lighting in this plane. I just want a place that's dark and quiet on a plane. Ugh. Why? But yeah, plane. You kind of have to do the plane if you want to get anywhere, really. So. And this was this is just. I felt like I was in a starship, which would have been cool. I actually got to be on a starship over this trip, but you'll see that soon. This was one of the first. I took this on the train. What I love about England is you get these really old-looking smokestacks, and then you get these super ultra-modern glass and steel buildings. And I have a second picture of this glass and steel building. Look how big it is. It's the biggest glass and steel building I've ever seen. You could just see right inside. I mean, I'm sure it's an office building or something, but my goodness. I was in awe of the incredible scale of this building. And yes, okay. I was in the Midlands for the first weekend, and I stayed with a friend, and we went to two crafting marketplaces, craft people marketplaces. And I love telling this story so much. Okay, you'll notice in this picture of ceramics, there's an old book in the middle there called, it says Surrey Whitewares. And in the foreground, you can see ceramics that look very much like the stuff in the picture. And that's because these are historical recreations of pottery from who knows when. In Surrey sometime. Rekimaru, happy Crimson Tuesday. Nice to see you as well. And there was once one artisan's market that had all kinds of stuff in it. Ceramics and leatherwork and weapons and clothing. But apparently there was a bit of a schism between somebody wanted the market to be historically accurate only, which would be leaving out a lot of people who like to have like fantasy weapons and armor and ceramics, or people who like to LARP versus historical reenactment. And thus two markets were formed. There was the original market and a market that was for people who wanted to sell other types of wear that wasn't just historical reenactment or historical recreations. And I think both markets happen twice a year, and they happen on the same weekend, and they happen 10 minutes apart from each other by car. And my friend took us to both markets because that's what everyone does. We just go to both markets. And both of them had a lot of really cool stuff in it. This particular ceramics was on the table of Jim the Pot. And Jim the Pot, and this holds true for a lot of the craftspeople that were at these markets. Jim the Pot not only has a business selling his historically accurate pottery, but he also supplies a lot of ceramics for film and television shows. And one of his more recent productions that he contributed to was the recent live-action version of Snow White. There was another vendor at one of these markets that had leather goods and had produced tons of leather-worked sheaths for the Witcher TV show. I know, blimey. And the earrings that I'm wearing today, which I will get into. I have a picture of them, and I'll discuss them. But also, the person who did these earrings also did historical recreations of jewelry. But it was really cool to get to go to this show and see historically accurate stuff and LARPy stuff. Ooh, you've been to somewhere The Witcher was filmed. Was The Witcher filmed in the UK? They also sold a lot of stuff for craftspeople. My friend's partner likes to do leatherworking, and you can just buy leather of lots of colors and stuff like that. You could buy lace and leather and wool. Oh, that part was okay. And here's some wool you can, if you want to make. There are people who are selling historical garments, people who are wearing historical garments. You also were in the place that The Witcher was filmed. Nice, Ricky Mar. And you see, this is an example of one of the vendors here selling a bunch of armor and Under Armour stuff, and you can see the vendor is wearing some medieval costuming, which is really cool. This person was selling hand-turned bowls and cups using a medieval technique. Was actually using medieval machinery that I don't know, he must have built or something. I don't know. Yeah, tabard it up. Okay, the original Polish Witcher's moving series. Okay, Poland. And it was incredible because you see there's some photos up in the back there and showing the actual type of machinery they would have used back in the day to make these hand-turned bowls and such. Really cool. Yeah. The candelabrum, yeah, it's beautiful, 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 beautiful work. Done how they used to do it hundreds of years ago. Oh yeah, this was really amazing stuff that he was making. That picture, it was one piece of wood. And then, of course, we've got some weapons of all kinds. Hand-bound books. You can get completely outfitted. It's kind of glorious. Historic shoes. These ones are machine-sewn historic shoes, but the design of them are historic. Tiles made the same way that tiles were made back in medieval times. These were fascinating. These are cups made of leather. It's kind of hard to tell, but if you look at the one of the closer ones there, you can see that the stitched handle. Zotox, this is okay. This is one of the markets. It wasn't really. It was like a vendor market, not really a convention. A bunch of people like had set up tables with all these different kinds of wares, and there were two markets. One was a historical reenactment market where you could only sell historically accurate items, and then there was one that was like considered the LARP market where you could sell not only historically accurate stuff but like fantastical things as well. These are fascinating. These are leather mugs, and then they're sealed on the inside with pitch, but like food grade pitch, which does exist apparently. I don't know if this guy had to make it himself. I wanted to buy one. I did not buy one of these. I wanted to buy one of these, but I did. It just I don't know how I would take care of this and wash it. I'm sure he would have told me, but it's a leather cup. I don't know. Also, it's not like the prettiest thing I ever saw either. And it was 55 pounds, was it? I can't tell. Yeah, it's 55 pounds for a leather cup that I would be kind of scared to use. But I'm amazed and happy that they exist. Yeah, Halloween investment. Maybe. I don't know. They are remarkable though. I'd never seen anything like it. Yeah, give a pass on the leather cups, Rekimaru. Then there was somebody who was selling these hand woven, card woven bracelets and things like that, which was also really really cool. You have a wooden Viking beer mug. Yeah, they had all kinds of they had wooden ones. They had ones made out of horn. The leather ones. They had ceramics and glass, all kinds of things. Yeah, someone else selling helmets. Someone selling arrows. This is funny because this person is a master fletcher, meaning I guess they make arrows, and his name is John Potter, which would sound like he should be selling pots, in fact, but he was a fletcher. You can buy some authentic arrows, handcrafted. These are adorable. Look how cute these knives are. Little tiny little Damascus blades, beautiful. All handmade. I did not buy this. I did not. I wanted to, but I did not buy any of these adorable daggers. Yeah, Damascus steel. And then this was just the countryside of the Midlands, which is gloriously beautiful. Oh yeah, the knives. He had a lot of different kinds of knives, not just these little knives, but yeah, every kind of knife you'd possibly ever want in the kitchen. And Kay, happy Crimson Tuesday. I'm just showing some slides from my London trip and give Ann K a shout out. Ann K, of course, awesome retro streamer. One of my faves, makes dank scene. Check it out. And Anne has been playing, I don't know if recently because it's been a week, but was playing Splatter World, which is a recently unearthed NES RPG. And I guess I want to ask you, Anne, real quick, if you got to the ending and if there was indeed an ending for Splatter World. But definitely check out Anne's channel. She plays all kinds of weird stuff I'd never even heard of before. There is an ending. Okay, so it doesn't just crap out. That's fantastic. You finished it. Congratulations. Kind of makes you wonder why they never ended up shipping that game. Well, congratulations for finishing that. Fan translation is almost done, so soon anybody could play it, even if you don't want to mess with text hooking and whatnot. You were mentioned in Dank Scene. Streak C. Yes, you were. Yeah, check it out. Oh, this. So, my friend does some crafting of her own, and I didn't know about this, or she didn't really know about what I was doing, but I mentioned the Over the Garden Wall fan game, and this is something she's working on right now. It's gonna be a scarf that's gonna, if when you read it vertically, it's gonna tell the whole story of the show. So I can't wait to see that. It's really beautiful. Yeah. This is something else I bought. This is a sapphire. Adrian Bao, good evening. This is a star sapphire. This is a Lindy star sapphire, which actually means it is it's lab grown. It's, I mean, you would call it synthetic, but it is a real actual star sapphire. It's just artificially created, you know, technique, not dug out from the ground. I can show it right now. It's right here. So this is, and it does do that star. I mean, it's not that great right now because of all the different lighting, but it does do that beautiful star that particular sapphires can do. It's set in sterling silver. I got this at one of the markets. I got this at the historically, I don't know if I got this at the historically accurate one or not. I got this beautiful sparkly. And it wasn't super, I mean, this is not a sapphire that someone mined from the ground. If it had been, then it would have been, look at the size of it. It would have been really expensive. This was apparently the largest size that the vendor was selling. But the ring light's kind of messing with it right now, you see. But this is genuine sapphire. And it's beautiful. But you can see here, when the lighting is different, like when there's only one strong light source, you will get that beautiful star. And I've always kind of wanted one of these, but I didn't really think I'd ever be able to afford one. I didn't actually realize there was something called a Lindy Star Sapphire. Oh, sorry, my throat. Excuse me. Sorry. Whew. Okay. The other thing that I bought was this beautiful set of earrings. Cream shot, happy Crimson Tuesday. I think I picked up a little something over the weekend. Now, I do mask. I mask, and when it's like a very crowded indoor space, I use my flow mask, which is a really, like, the best mask in terms of having a seal and filtration and everything. And when it's less busy of a place, I will use my happy mask, happy gear. I don't know what they're called anymore, which is a cloth mask, but they actually also have excellent filtration. But a little less obtrusive, a little less obtrusive than the flow mask. But yes, I wear my flow mask when I'm traveling, and I wore it all through Adventure X. But of course, when you go someplace with people and then you go out to eat or something, you're gonna have to take the mask off. So I can't say that I was 100% masking. Valley said, "Happy Crimson Tuesday. Full industrial respirator for you, no regrets." I actually have I have one of those electrostatic ones, the double-barreled, fluorescent pink 3M, that type of thing too. Oh yeah, I never grew out of the obsession with rocks. This pair of earrings, this was at, I think the historically accurate fair, I think. And these are Anglo-Saxon recreation. It's a recreation of Anglo-Saxon design by a registered gemologist in the UK. And the garnets, and those are indeed garnets, are reclaimed Victorian garnets. And what this gemologist does is takes designs from paintings and places like that, and then gets these reclaimed gems and then sets them. And this is sterling silver, but it's been vermeil plated, like, so very thin layer of gold plated, a very thin layer of 24 karat gold plated on sterling silver. Although she said to me that usually vermeil plating is 2 microns thick, and her vermeil plating that she does is 6, which means that this will wear a lot better than more commonly found vermeil pieces. And these are earrings too, and which means that they're not gonna. It's not like wearing a ring or something, or a bracelet where there's a lot of like rubbing against stuff. So hopefully these are gonna last a good long while before they start to see any wear, if any. And I have them right here. I'm wearing them. and I think they're really, really beautiful. But yeah, they were not like super crazy expensive because they are plated, like they're gold plated on silver. ATM machine happy comes on Tuesday said I think Vermeil. You thought you think Vermeil is Vermeil because French. Yeah, Vermeil, maybe Vermeil. Vermeil. I should ask Yan how to pronounce that properly. Vermeil. I'm happy to say Vermeil. Yeah, 2 microns will blow away if you fart. Yeah, yeah. These are 6, and so this is the oh, it's invisible. Gemmius, and I guess I can take you to. Let me take you to the site, but first let me find it. Gemmius. Okay. So this is really cool. So this is Nikki Wade, designer maker, and she was the vendor at the show and everything. And so I got to talk with Nikki a little bit, and she is someone who is inspired by Roman, Viking, Saxon, specialized in medieval Tudor jewelry plus Georgian art, Art Nouveau, and Art Deco. And not only that, but I can show you some of her works. Now, I don't know where it is. It tells you about. But anyway, so let's see. Let's look at this Roman jewelry. So this would all be accurate. These are much bigger pieces. And then she does these cute little Roman silver twist rings. All these would be super authentic designs. Yeah. What I like about it is, yeah, she does have a range of stuff, right? And where did it talk about what she gets up to? Blog. Okay. I'm not. Okay, here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, I just want to talk. Yeah, look at that. And so what's great about Nikki is that she got into this from a unusual direction. She started as a historical reenactor, and then played the part of a Tudor craftswoman, and picked up a silversmith's fret saw and started to take lessons. And eventually, as she kept learning, she set up her own historical jewelry company, and she has exhibited a bunch of places, including having pieces in this BBC television series, display items for National Trust, Heritage, English Heritage, Wallace Collection, a bunch of places, which is really, look at this, look at this, how glorious this stuff is. Anyway, I just wanted to share that because I think, ooh, March is a newsletter. I got to sign up for the newsletter. Wow. Wow. Holy cow, look at this mermaid she made. I'm amazed. Anyway, it was really cool to get to meet her at this event. Um, oh, actually, show and tell. Yeah, really cool to meet her at this event. Love these little earrings that I got from her. Um, that was a good treasure. I also bought this. This is an embroidery kit, and this piece, Allison, I've been told, yeah, it's based on Chaucer's what's it called? Chaucer, Chaucer, Canterbury Tale. And this was a piece of based on that. And I do cross stitching. I like it. I like cross stitching quite fine. Chaucer, Chaucer, Chaucer. I do a lot of cross stitching, and embroidery I've always felt was a bit intimidating, and because there's no grid. But I got this little kit, which I'm really excited to try. And actually, speaking to this vendor, she was saying that she finds cross stitching intimidating because of all the stitch counting you have to do. While with embroidery, you don't have to do any stitch counting. Anyway, I'm very excited to try this. It's got all the stuff you're going to need, the thread and the diagrams and some other details, and all the dye, the thread in this is dyed with natural dyes, which is kind of also a really nice authentic touch. I had a lot of flat whites in London. Apparently, that's the coffee drink of London. They were good. And I know NK loves a flat white. NK, there are some good flat whites in London to be had, let me tell you. And this, I went to this place, this textile museum, and it so reminds me of, everything reminds me of pixel art, right? But this really does remind me of pixel art. And this was the London Guild of Weavers, Spinners, and Dyers. Look at this. Amazing. And this piece as well. Look at this. Like, I had to take a side view of it. Look how glorious this is. Yeah. I also went to the Imperial War Museum, which was founded after a couple of years after World War One, in fact, and that's why it's called the Imperial War Museum. Look at the size of them guns. Here it is. What I love about, first of all, there are way too many amazing art galleries and museums in London, and most of them, a lot of them are free. This was free. The textile place was also free. I think almost all the ones I went to were free, and they're all amazing. So here is the I guess atrium of the Imperial War Museum, and you see a bunch of like planes hanging from the walls. But you know how it becomes a good Tuesday. What I found craziest was, you see that big dark green torpedo thingy on the left side of the screen, and you can see there's people down there, right? And so you can get an idea of the scale of this thing. And apparently, that's the kind of ordnance they were dropping during the Blitz on London. It doesn't even need to explode, really, does it? Look at the size of that thing. It's like, I don't know. It's like 4 school buses, like 3 school buses long, maybe. It's kind of crazy. Hey, Pro Puke, happy Crimson Tuesday. This image appears to have more than 16 colors. Unfortunately, yeah, sometimes we just can't get away from it because London didn't get the memo, and they're using every color available. Yeah, yeah, there's a guy standing right next to it. Look, crazy. Oh yeah, this was a press van. I meant to. I had a picture of the press van, so that you don't really get any context. But this was some kind of press van that was just shot full of stuff. I was kind of amazed by the bullet not getting through, actually. Yeah, London got pretty pulverized. I like this piece as an infographic because it says types of our empire's defenders, and they have like the uniforms of a lot of different soldiers and stuff across the empire at the time, which I just really like this illustration. I think you can find a Mountie in there somewhere. And here, yeah, this is there were a lot of costumes, uniforms, military uniforms. And what's kind of stunning about these uniforms is that look at this point in the wars, they were still having these swords. You'd still wear a sword at your side, and that's even, everyone would just had a sword. I'm kind of amazed. The World War One is such a weird war because they were trying to use like old battleground tactics, but they had all these new weapons and everything, and it was really a disaster because of that, wasn't it? The swords were for the officers' ATM machines. Yeah, you just got to wear a sword. Just got to wear a sword. I love their pouches though. I love a good pouch. Victorian era, almost, and then here they didn't have a lot of Canadian stuff, which I mean not to be surprised, but here was Canadian mounted rifles. It's a nice little nod to Canada. And I just like seeing also the little tins of treats they would have. Biscuits and chocolate and stuff like that would get sent up. That's the kind of stuff I like. Also, these gigantic gun thingies. Just to be so close to stuff that's this huge, bulky, machined thing. And that's pretty impressive. I have no idea what this one is, though. I just love this as an illustration. These are the battle sites of Verdun. it's really gorgeously rendered. Another big old metal thing. Amazing. I'm just kind of amazed. These are cute little ceramic guys. It says here, tank-shaped money boxes designed to capitalize on enthusiasm and encourage people to save. I just really like those little guys. And big ol' airplanes. Yeah, I actually took a lot of photos, and I took photos with the item and then the description, but I didn't want to bore you guys by like reading even the description, so that's why this is a truncated version of what you would have seen. This was cool. Like this was a little display about the Red Baron, and the coolest part of this display was they had a little scrap from his little plane. That's what that little scrap of stuff is. That was looted as a trophy after Captain John Gilmore recorded the event in his flying logbook, and then Allied soldiers flocked to the site of his death and took souvenirs such as this cloth fragment from his red Fokker triplane. So that's pretty cool of an artifact. And of course, I suppose for retro gamers, Sierra did publish a game called Red Baron, which I never played. Oh, I think this is a video. This is a video that shows how cool the displays were. Oh no, this isn't. Oh, that isn't a video. What happened? That was weird. What? Why is this all over the place? Wait a second. Wait a second. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Oh, whatever. I don't know why that was. It's fine. This doodle is interesting because it is the doodle. Why is this doing? Okay, no, I don't want it to. This is messing it up. Having a trouble with the projector now. Oh no, we came out at the beginning again. She's joking. Does anyone remember what number we were on? Oh yeah, you darned captioner. Okay, well I don't know why that's not working anymore. Oh. That's fine. Fokkker. There you go. Fokker. Oh. You know, what are you going to do? Okay. Do they know nothing of World War I planes? Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this sketch is of interest. I found it really kind of interesting because this sketch was made in late October. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George and French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau thrashed out the American armistice terms with U.S. President Wilson's representative Edward House. Lloyd George drew this doodle on a blotter pad during one of those meetings. So when they're hammering out their armistice, this is what he doodled during one of the meetings. Yeah, I'm not going to say it again because the captioner is just not respecting history. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Anyway, okay. I like that piece too. Now this is another one of my meals. I take a lot of pictures of food when I'm traveling. I had a cheeky Nando's while I was in London. I got the chicken livers. I like chicken livers. I got the chicken livers and chips and the broccolini. It's pretty good. We have Nando's in Canada too, but you gotta do it. You gotta do it in the UK at least once, right? I also got one of their little like custard tarts that they have there. It's good. And then I had this incredible. There's a franchise called Bao that has really good bao, and I had that one day too. Pro Creek. Did I go to Camden? I don't think. I don't think I did. I don't think I went to Camden. I went to Camden last time I was in. No, 2 times ago, maybe, but not this time. I was mostly in. I was in the Midlands first. This is the Tate Modern, glorious building, which is free. The special exhibits are not free. But I went with a friend who's a member, and she can bring a guest for free. So we saw 3 special exhibits for free. Yeah, that's okay then. Yeah, I think I've been to Camden. And they had this Picasso exhibit on, and we got to see a bunch of like weird Picassos. Usually they have Picasso paintings. Yeah, this particular weird Picasso exhibit had weird Picasso stuff. That wasn't just his paintings. Patrick Dryhall, Happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah, I'm just showing some London trip photos. I love this piece. I think it's really cool. They have also like they had like these little cartoon things he did as well. I love line drawing. I'm very much a comic book cartoon type of person. And it's really you don't get to see this stuff usually in museums and art galleries. Picasso. Yeah, I can't remember what these were. They might have been etchings. They were probably. Yeah, Ostrixie likes them better than his paintings. I like these. I love his line work so much, right? And I do miss that in his paintings. Look how much action there is in these. They're gorgeous. I also like this one too. Fantastic. Yeah, so that's all. I mean, obviously the exhibition was a lot bigger, but I'm not going to show you every picture in the exhibition or anything like that. I didn't photograph every picture in the exhibition. But this was cool. This was one of the other special exhibits at the Tate Modern. This is an exhibition of a retrospective of the works of, let's see, what's Emily Cam Kingwari, who was she was I guess I'm not sure what the term is. She was a native of Australia's Northern Territory, and it says here she was in her late 70s when she began painting in earnest, and for the next 8 years after her death, until her death, she painted intensely, and her work was really, really, really cool. So that's also I'll show you those ones. Bias neutrality. Happy Crimson Tuesday. Oh wow, whoops, that's the wrong one of those. It's this one. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, this. And so this is some of her work. She did some abstract work, or what I thought was abstract work. We'll get to that. But beautiful, beautiful. Abstract, pointed stuff, but also others. She would do other stuff. Like I love this one so much, and I have even a close up of this one. Look at that. It is kind of like pointillism, isn't it? Bias neutrality. Happy Crimson Tuesday, and welcome to Crimson Tuesday. Look how gorgeous this is. She started painting this stuff when she was in her 70s, and this is big too. It's probably like 10 feet tall or something. To think of the energy and the vision required to produce stuff like this, and she's this 80-year-old lady, still 70, 80-year-old lady. Love it. It's gorgeous, stunning in real life too. And here's interesting. So this is a piece talking about. There's like a video piece talking about her like the context of where she was living, and the kind of there was a traditional dance that they did that was shown on screen as well. And what's interesting about this is what you're seeing right now is not her artwork. This is an overview. It's a bird's eye view of the land that she lives on in Northern Territory, Australia. Oh yeah, see, Ostriki said native Australian art is usually top-down landscapes with rivers and U-shaped people. This was she did. This is the thing. Is like her art, actually, when you look at this, or you look at this one, and she did have some. She didn't have too much figurative stuff, but you look at this. This is a top-down landscape of the Northern Territory where she lived, and I feel like her artwork looks quite a bit like that. Actually, you know. Which is stunning. And there's also the third special exhibit my friend and I went to at the Tate Modern was Nigerian modernism. And this is something I didn't know anything about. I didn't know, for instance, that Nigeria was basically colonized by Britain in 1915, which sounds so late. Um, Fascinating story. And talks about what the effects of that on the artists of that country when basically they were not allowed to teach their own art and traditional art in the schools. So that was a whole thing. It's really cool to learn about this stuff. And this is interesting because this painting was done by a Nigerian artist, and a lot of the paintings that were done at the time, like portraits like this, were done of like the European administrators. Those were his patrons for the most part. That would pay to get their portraits done. This was not a European administrator. Clearly, this was just a regular old woman in Nigeria. Yeah, the Colonial Playbook, not the best. But even during that time when the traditional arts, artistic traditions in Nigeria were kind of banned from schools, of course people were still doing them, right? And of course there was a lot of an undercurrent of that type of a thing. Oh yeah, I guess that tells the story. I must have fun. This incredible sculpture as well. This is made of wood. I believe this sculptor actually also was commissioned to do a sculpture of Queen Elizabeth. And there was a picture of it, but I got rid of it. And this, I love this painting. This is a painting, again, not of a European administrator, but a painting by an artist of a fellow artist and friend. And I love the colors in this piece. It's got actual goldy gold on it too, and along with the rich crimson. As Orthodox craft, I do not have an art history degree, but I did take an art history course in college when I was getting a Bachelor of Applied Art Illustration. Yeah, I just really think this looks cool. And more Nigerian modernist pieces. This reminds me of Emily Carr, actually, which is probably Emily Carr is a legendary Canadian painter. I guess that's probably why I took a picture of that one. And just really vibrant, beautiful stuff. This is not something I don't think the British people would have particularly appreciated back then. And I just think that's a real beautiful. Someone hanging upside down. Not a great image, but beautiful imagery. And also this is super modernist. I do love it very much. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful exhibitions. There's always something good happening. That's glorious too. Another mainstay of visiting London are these meal deals you can get, where it's like at the convenience stores, you can pick like a drink, a sandwich, and a snack for a fairly reasonable price. And another super London thing is, especially during the holidays, you can get like turkey feasts or like turkey and stuffing type of sandwiches where they have turkey and stuffing and cranberry sauce in them. And I don't know, I mean, we do that a little bit here, but not to the same extent that they do it there. And I love this type of a sandwich so much. I had 2 of these, I think, while I was there. And then I had beef crisps, which were just really salty crisps. But they're crisps. I mean, they're never going to be bad, right? I also ended up buying like an extra salad because I just wanted salad. The produce is also, like, look how beautiful this salad is. This is a convenience store salad. And it was great. The quality of the salads in Britain is higher than the quality of salads in Canada that you can buy just convenience store style or grocery store. It was so good. And this is me in front of the National Gallery, which has another. This is the one I really wanted to go see before I went. This was Radical Harmony. This was Neo Impressionists, and this was Pointillism, which we've talked about here before. Oh yeah, classic British weather. Gray and rainy, but really not that cold. Although I was told multiple times by Londoners that it had gotten particularly cold over that past day or two that since I got there, and it was kind of chilly, but not like, this is not my winter jacket. I would never wear my winter jacket to London. I would melt, but it was fine. It was fine. I didn't even bring an umbrella this time, and that was also fine. But yes, there's Pointillism, which I think has a lot in common with pixel art, where they're using specific colors and that they're not mixing them or blending them. They're as you see them on the canvas. And the idea behind Pointillism, at least partly, was this idea that whenever you mix colors, they're going to become less bright than what you get right out of the tube. Your worse. Streaksy says, of Londoners or of English folk, we are wusses with weather, either too hot or too cold, because we're babies. I get too hot or too cold, but I guess in Canada it's a little bit more extreme than in London. But yeah, so this visual idea of the brightest possible paint you can have is directly out of the tube without mixing, which means the brightest way to represent the life and light would be with using these little points of color without any blending. And what I love is that you can see, like, this could easily be like a limited palette piece, and I actually do have like a close-up where you can see the colors that are being used here, and it's a lot of oranges and blues, which are contrasting colors. Okay, ProPuke says moaning about the weather is conversational 101 with tourists and stuff. Got it. Yeah, it's manual dithering. It's manual, and just blending the colors visually by putting them close together. We do that with the dithering. It's really cool. I think it does have some shortcomings. I'm not going to say this is the best painting style ever invented, because there are actually limitations that were addressed in this exhibit, and I have to agree with them, but we'll get to that. This is a Picasso piece that they squeezed into this pointillism exhibit. It's a bit pointillist, I suppose. I also love the colors in this one too. That bright ultramarine type of blue, combined with the oranges and yellows. The sower, it's called. I remember that part at least. It's kind of pointillist in the way that the field is treated, which is kind of neat. Did I say Picasso? Yeah, Goman Sama. Yeah, you're right. It's Van Gogh. It's Van Gogh. You're totally right. It's Van Gogh. I had Picasso on the brain because I showed the Picasso stuff earlier. And this, again, this is another beautiful... And you can see that it's not as we would consider pixel art, because the shape, the size of the dots and the shape of the dots can be altered. Yeah, you're totally... Yeah, it's my bad. I actually, for some reason, I tend to blend them in my mind like way too much. For some reason, those two artists, even though they're very, very different, I just conflate them bizarrely. And this is incredible. This is done pointillist style. You look at the way the piano is treated and everything. Now, it was actually mentioned in the exhibit that one of the things that seems to happen with pointillism is it seems to create this detachment between the subject in the painting, if it's a person, and the viewer. And this is probably the least detached one of that as an example, but there is something weird that happens, because I noticed this also in Alex Colville paintings. And Alex Colville is... Hold on, let me see if I can find a painting of his. Alex Colville also kind of does pointillism stuff. And when you see his people... I'll show you one. Here are Alex Colville paintings. And it's kind of hard to tell from these, but they do tend to use tiny little brush strokes to kind of give you this impression of a combined color. You can see it better on this one here, on the back of this guy's sweater. Bias neutrality says probably because they're the last two ultra famous European painters. I don't know why I do it. But you can see here. But what people say about figures in paintings that treat light like this, or treat color this way, is there tends to be that feeling of detachment from the figures. And even a feeling of isolation. Even amongst the figures within the painting, there is a feeling of isolation. The Courtesy Flash, happy Crimson Tuesday. Good to see you. Thanks for the raid. Also, Ostreaksy. Oops. Ostreaksy, it's yeah. Thanks for coming on by. It's happy Crimson Tuesday. The Courtesy Flash, what were you up to today? Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. And hello, the Night Owl. Let's give you a shout out, the Courtesy Flash. Yes, thank you for coming. Welcome to Crimson Tuesday, everybody. I'm Jillian Minamata. I'm the developer of the Crimson Diamond, and I stream every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. I didn't stream last week because I was away, and I'm just showing some of the stuff I saw when I was away. Well, thank you so much for the follow. Where are my notifications? Oh, they're here. It's just okay. They're there. Okay. Yep. Oh, you love the Crimson Diamond. Oh, thank you so much. So yeah, what I will be doing tonight, after I finish doing this slideshow, I am going to actually be getting into some work on a Crimson Diamond adjacent game that I'm working on. And it's going to be a very small little text parser mystery adventure game. And after I complete that game, I will be starting on the sequel for the Crimson Diamond. But yeah, you'll get to see that. Actually, yeah, I'll get to that. I don't know how we're about halfway through these slides. No, yeah, we're about halfway through the slides, and after that, I'll show you what we're working on. Happy Crimson Tuesday, NC Silicon Soul. Yeah, and thank you for playing the Crimson Diamond and enjoying it. It's really nice to hear from people because, like I've always said this, the game's been out for more than a year, and 1 trillion games have come out since then, and there's so much competing for your attention that the further out we go from my launch date, the happier I am to hear people are playing it still. Yes, Azrael, CCS, happy Crimson Tuesday. Yes, there will be the Crimson Diamond 2. I've got tons of ideas for it, and I will be getting started on that next year after I finish this little game that I'm making. Speak of the devil. Dan the Band, happy Crimson Tuesday. Dan made the music for the Crimson Diamond, and hopefully we'll be making the music for the Crimson Diamond sequel. Let's give Dan the Band a shout out. Dan the Band sometimes streams, but not super much because Dan is busy with a bunch of other things. Not only does Dan make music for D? Yeah. Oh, you got Dan's album for the game, fantastic. Yeah, so not only does Dan compose music for games, like Empire of Sin, and he's working on Fail's Adventure, which is Laurie and Corey Cole's next game, but he also composes his own music, and you can find that all there. You can find it on his Bandcamp. You can follow him on the Twitch and on his own site. So definitely do that. He also has an Instagram, which I didn't link to because I don't really use Instagram, but he also has an Instagram, which I think he's more active on that. But yeah, Dan is awesome. So what are you up to, Dan? What are you working on? I'm just showing my London photos from my London trip. And then we're getting into some artwork, and then we're gonna get into more retro Japanese gaming. Yeah, Dan says his current streaming is limited to Julia streaming. Oh, headed to Dubai tomorrow. I assume for more Sean Paul. Yeah, I've been playing Karuizawa Yūkai Annai in Japanese. And I really have been enjoying that one. But yeah, Dan, when you're back from Dubai, and if you have anything to share about what you're working on, yeah, you're more than welcome to come back on, and we can chat and catch up. And have safe travels as well. But yeah, I'm going back to this stuff that I saw at the Tate Modern. I do find that pointillism does kind of create a bit of a distance with the figures. I don't really know why that is, and the exhibit didn't really either. But especially looking at especially looking at these, especially looking at something like these Alex Colville pieces, which have a similar technique. I don't know why the characters in these look so detached and isolated from the viewer and from themselves. You know, even this one, which should be quite a like a homey thing, you're grooming your dog, like it just feels. People say that Alex Colville's paintings look creepy, and I really do think they do look creepy. I can't argue with that. But yeah, I cannot put my finger on why pointillist figures just they're not super engaging in like a warm way, you know. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, this is interesting because this looks like it was just a Photoshop filter put on this, but this is like what, like a black kind of pastel crayon called Conte on like a textured paper. Yeah, maybe it's the light levels courtesy flush. Maybe that's what's doing it. And that this was the marquee piece. This was done. This it is a glorious piece and it's quite large. This, if you look, yeah, you can really get an appreciation for how the colors are broken down when you do see these close up. But there's greens and reds and yellows and everything, and then it resolves itself to something that does kind of glow. And yeah, I kind of thought I'd in a pinch like read these and stuff to you guys, but I can't really. I'm not going to be bothered. But yeah, it just pointillism, cool, is what I guess we'll do with this. Yeah, here's another example of the detached feeling of the figures. I like this one because of the cat being freaked out, and I think also the rug on this is incredible. And this is more gorgeousness, all pointillist. he's crouched over. He's crouched over that man. um, yeah, I think these are really beautiful. Look at this one. I think this really does showcase what we're talking about here when we talk about pointillism. And here's a close up. Oh. I don't know if I'd want to do pointillism myself, like with paint, because I find there being a lot of joy with brushstrokes and like blending of color and stuff. I wouldn't super get into this, I don't think, but I can appreciate it when it's done well, which of course this is. Yeah, it's much better, of course, to see this in person. And just beautiful buildings, London. Even though there was the Blitz and whatnot, like there's still plenty of beautiful buildings. Although this could have been built after. I can't tell. I had a donaire. This is GDK. Hey, Disaster Squad, happy Crimson Good Tuesday. Thanks for the raid. What were you up to? Disaster Squad. Raid Disaster Squad. Another solo game dev. Working on the Cursed Trilogy. How do I do this? How do I do this? What were you up to? What were you up to? I'm just showing photos from my London trip. German Donair Kebab was the franchise here. And I think Donair Kebab, or kebab in general, is also a very London thing, and I wanted to have one of those too while I was here. Where did I stay in London? Like around the South Bank, actually. It was pretty central, which was nice. There was a lot of stuff within walking distance. Yeah, and I don't do Discord. I have like a Discord for my testers, but I don't have a public Discord, which I keep telling myself I will get to, and I just have not. The shoes, yes, the shoes. I was telling Dan about the shoes. I was like, oh my gosh, Onitsuka Tigers. I've been wanting a pair of Onitsuka Tigers for quite a while now. Yeah, no, so southward, and the South Bank is a nice area. Yeah, that area, yeah, it's tons and tons of stuff. And also like really good for getting around the tube and stuff. Onitsuka Tiger is a Japanese sneaker company, and I really love their shoes. A friend of mine had a pair. I didn't actually realize this until later, but I always like those shoes. and just looking around for sneakers of styles that I liked, because I need a new pair of sneakers, and I didn't see anything I really liked in the stores. But I learned about this company, but this company does not have, well, they used to, but no longer. They don't have any more stores in North America. They just don't. Not in the US, not in Canada at all, which is crazy. And not only that, but they won't ship internationally either. You cannot get these unless you go through some, Facebook back channel or something. And they have 5 stores in London, I was told. And I was just so happened to be in an area, and I realized I'm in a big city. Maybe they'll have Onitsuka Tiger. And I was like a 10-minute walk from one when I Googled it. And I was very, very, very excited. And I finally got myself a pair. And what I love about these are they're sneakers, but they're made of leather, which means they'll last a long time. And I really love taking care of my stuff. So with any luck, these are going to last me a good long time. And maybe last me until every third London visit, maybe I can pick up another pair. But yeah, that was the most excited. I was more excited about the shoes than I was about these earrings, really. And this was Bridge Command. And Bridge Command is this immersive interactive experience that's basically like Star Trek, but they cannot call it Star Trek because they didn't, copyright whatnot. But it's basically Star Trek. And I went with a couple of my friends. And it's basically like you're a crew on a starship. And there are different roles. Like you can be captain or weapons or comms or engineering. And this was the original. This is like the orientation part. And look how nice everything is. And actually, like, yeah, that palm pad works. Can you make it Among Us? Dan the band. They must have some kind of live Among Us thing, mustn't they? That must already exist. You cannot play a red shirt or Adrian Bauer. The Courtesy Flash, I was recommended Bridge Command by a number of people. And one of the people I went with, this was her 3rd time going. And first time for me and our other friend. It's really well done. And I would recommend, if you are in London, I so recommend doing this. Although we had a benefit of, our captain has gone like a bunch of times. So he was a super veteran and knew what he was doing. And I think that probably helped a lot. But yeah, this was great. Look at all this stuff. So if you're the engineer, like, there's all this fun stuff you'd actually have to do on the ship to like fix stuff and everything. It was amazing. It was really well done. And on the mission, you get to do a lot of things, and actually the systems are really well integrated. Like, I'll get to it. Here's the bridge. Here's the bridge. That is the good stuff. It is all the good stuff. Yes, dilithium crystals and everything, Dan the band. They did such a good job on this, and these are not just for show. Like, these are functional, these displays, and I'll show you my display is not as impressive as other people's displays. Here's the ready room. Yeah, here's a display. So what's interesting about this is you can see like the different quadrants and stuff listed on that, like in that grid. And when the ship is being steered and moved around, that updates to show how the ship is moving around and other, like, the points of interest and stuff, and everything that's highlighted is stuff that you can try to do. I was comms, and I could try hailing people. I could answer incoming calls and everything. It was so cool. Dev Pirates, this was so much fun. I super recommend this one. Here's my console. It was not super exciting to look at, but I had a keyboard and a headset and like that little display showing me incoming calls. And I could actually do text messaging between me and other ships and everything. And there would be an actual person on the other line responding to my messages. Oh, they call me JBL. Happy Crimson Tuesday. I'm so sorry you have insomnia, but I'm so glad to see you. Yeah, I'm sharing pictures of my London trip. These are pictures from Bridge Command, which is an interactive, immersive experience that is based in Star Trek, kind of. It is amazing. Oh my gosh, it is so amazing. And yeah, here's the helm. So my friend Ziz, she was at the helm and she was steering, and she was doing headings, and she had like the impulse engine. She could go backwards and forwards. It was fantastic. Like, so all that stuff works. Everything works there, and stuff that she was doing. And this is the main display, and so you can have on screen, and you could have the screen showing in the thingy. And yeah, sometimes there's some stuff happening. So beside me was someone who was engineering, and you can see there's a bit of a red thing on her display, which she needs to take care of. And actually, there's a point where smoke started coming out of her console, so I had to take a selfie with it. Yes, yes, I did. Like, everything's gonna be fine, and everything was fine. We did great, actually. It's basically Star Trek, and I don't know why this is out of order, but anyway, I have more pictures of it. But I was calm, so I was actually taking calls, and when we had like a distress call or something, I would take the call and I would speak to the person on my screen, and then I would say, "Captain, we distress call from Talisar, whatever it is," and he would say, "Put it up on screen," and I'd say, "On screen." I would press my little buttons, and it would go on to the big screen on the bridge. So everything worked. It was glorious. Yeah, exactly. You need to have exploding consoles. You need to have a bit of smoke come out to do all this. But yeah, it actually all worked, right? Which is just amazing. Neon Totem, happy Crimson Tuesday. Thanks so much for the resub. My gosh. 36-month streak. Holy cow. Happy 3-year anniversary there, Neon Totem. The courtesy flashes. That thumbs up picture is like what you might see in Star Trek social media. Attacked by Romulans again. You can see I'm actually wearing my Lindy Star Sapphire necklace too. Time does fly. Can you believe it is basically December by now? December 2028? Crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, there were no time travelers. There were no like wandering British time travelers coming in to save the day. This is a curry I had. Again, another staple of London food. I had this beautiful tally platter of curry, which was delicious. Oh yes, here, and also, you get to wear a jumpsuit and everything. So I gotta have a jumpsuit. There was a belt actually there that we already taken off by that time because this was after the experience. But yeah, you wear a jumpsuit. You get like patches on you, and also what was really cool is so me and my two friends, we're all in the games industry. We're all like game designers or game developers, and there were about so you go in with a group. Like you can either book a whole session with a group, but you need usually about 10 to 12 people, I think, in a group. So there was the three of us, and then there were probably like 5 or 6 other people in our group that we didn't know. At the end of our mission, me and my friend Ziz, who was on helm, navigating, we both got promotions. And this was my first mission, and it was her third mission. We both got promotions because I did so well on comms. I did really good like diplomacy and communication. And our other friend, who was on one of the weapon stations, she was using the weapons for a secondary purpose. She was actually clearing asteroids for the navigator, and she had not been instructed how to do that. But she's a games person, so she was thinking like that. She got a medal for her great her great contribution to the mission. Yes, Officer Minamata reporting for duty. Oh my goodness, JPL, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the resub. It's good to see you as always. There was not space pizza, but there was a bar actually that you can go to before and after where they serve themed drinks. And because we both got promotions, we got a free drink at the bar. But we couldn't stick around because my friends actually had come from out of town, and they had like 2-hour plus long train rides ahead of them. And they didn't want to miss their plane, so we didn't actually their train. So we did not actually stick around to enjoy our free drinks, unfortunately. But it was really cool. Yeah, I like the uniform. Yeah, and the insignias were stuff that they applied and things like that. It was super fun. It was super fun to get to dress up and everything. And there's me at my station. This is at the end when we were being told that we got special commendations. They didn't have any. I don't know if they had any food. I can't remember. I know, no cosmic cocktails. They also had mocktails, but yeah, there was no real time to stick around to do that all. But highly recommend this as an experience if you are into Star Trek and immersive interactive experiences. And I just like this picture of this building. I just really like it. There's no notes, there's no commentary. I just love that lettering on this yellowish building. I guess what I can say, if I had to offer any commentary, is that apparently this type of yellowish brick is something that London is kind of known for. And the reason that certain brick colors are known in certain regions is because a long time ago, when they were building stuff, bricks are very heavy, and you wouldn't and they're relatively cheap, and you wouldn't ship bricks from really far away. You'd actually make bricks locally and then use them for the buildings that are in your area. And that's why certain brick colors are known in certain areas, and that's why this type of yellow brick, I'm assuming, because I've heard yellow brick is something specific to London. That's probably why this is a particular note. Average dilapidated building bias neutrality. This is glorious. I love this type of architecture, by the way. I love its weatheredness. And I love the this doesn't even look real to me. This looks like an architectural rendering. This thing, I got upset about this. This is Mont Blanc. Okay, I had lunch at a ramen place, meeting some friends, and I saw this ad outside of the ramen restaurant. It says Mont Blanc with matcha soft serve ice cream. And this was... Oh, thank you so much for the follow. This is outside a ramen shop. And I know Mont Blanc cakes. They have them in Japan. I don't know why. I think also they have them in Paris. And Mont Blanc cake is like a chestnut flavored cake. And I thought this was ramen. Because it's a ramen restaurant. I thought this was a ramen dessert with matcha ice cream on the bottom, and that was so disgusting sounding to me. But after doing a little bit of research, apparently they just extrude the chestnut paste or whatever this is into the shape of what looks like noodles, and that's not just something this ramen restaurant does. Apparently Mont Blanc cakes in general have a gross looking exterior. And if you look up Mont Blanc cake, you'll see, like the one in Wikipedia, it looks like it's made of ground beef, and it's disgusting looking. This cake never looks good. But the ones I've seen in Toronto, Mont Blanc cakes, they don't look as gross as the ones I saw on the Wikipedia page. And also this. Yeah, it looks like the Play-Doh toys that make monster hair grow out. This, anyway, there's nothing to explain to you that this is not ramen. And it looks so much like ramen, and it's being served at a ramen restaurant. But I'm happy to report that it is not ramen served for dessert on top of matcha ice cream. I just had to share that. Actually, yeah, let me show you. I'm gonna just show you what I mean. Ugh. Oh, I didn't have to print screen. No, full screen. Look. Ugh. Dan said, "Oh, I forgot. I did a reel today on the Crimson Diamond music. Nice. Shows the Ogdensburg reg and how it started and how it was delivered. Oh, I gotta check that out, Dan. Thank you. I have not. Yeah, I'm super not on Instagram. But yeah, I'll have to check that out for sure. Grundislav, happy Crimson Good Tuesday. It's on. Okay, it's also on YouTube. Nice. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm a little bit sick, Grundislav. I'm a little bit sick. I was not sure if I was going to stream tonight. Because in the morning, I was like, throat hurts. But throat does not hurt anymore, which maybe means I'm getting better. But yeah, it happens, you know, like, I now know what to expect. Like, I did my due diligence. I got my flu shot and my COVID booster 2 weeks before the trip, knowing that at the 2 week mark is when you build max, like, the best peak immunity, right? Yeah, and you know me, like, you saw me, I masked, like, most of the time, except when I was eating, for the most part. And it's just like, I did my best, you know? And I don't feel that bad, so I guess it could have been worse. But yeah, let's talk about Grunislav. Look at this disgusting cake. Anyway, it's delicious. It just looks real bad. Okay. Yeah, let's give Grunislav a shout out. Grunislav is a lovely person, of course, who has been picking back up on streaming. Has Rosewater out now on Steam. It's actually, both of our games are on sale. There is an Adventure X sale, and the Crimson Diamond is in a bundle with Prim and Whispers of the Machine. Let me find that actually. I keep forgetting to tweet about it. Where's my bundle? There's a bundle. Save on great bundles. Okay. So, here, I'll do a link. I will do a link. And yeah, so I'll show you the bundles that are here. They've got, yeah, this Pixel Detective bundle, Lamplight City Darkside Detective, Rosewater Locomotive, Big Journeys bundle, Pixelated Past, Plague Dog of Whipra, Beekeeper's Picnic bundle, Disturbed Daughters, Prim and Lucy Dreaming. Anyway, and also, I'm just going to go down here because it looks like there's a lot of them. The Crimson Diamond isn't one of them, I swear. Where's our bundle? Oh no, it's not on the front page. Well, there is a bundle. You're going to have to take my word for it. And they did play Sean Paul at the after party. I didn't know that was just for the after party. I thought people just randomly play Sean Paul in that venue, I think. Oh no, JBL, I'm so sorry. You went to the oh, you only went to the grocery store. You've had COVID 4 times. I'm so sorry. Like, I think I've had it 3 times. Although it's really hard to tell. I think I've had it 3 times. But it's kind of like, all I'll say about it. You're installing Rosewater right now. Nice, Dan the Band. Yeah. All I will say about this, and I won't say anything more about it, is I did the wrong thing again. Yeah, the bundle is somewhere. I don't know. There's just, I don't know. I couldn't find it in a second. I got frustrated. The last thing I will say about it is, it's so bizarre to me that without fail, the people who are coughing in public are not wearing masks. That's the part that gets to me. Anyway, I will say no more. This is more like architecture that you might think is kind of ugly. I like this. Maybe it's because a lot of stuff in Toronto looks like this type of architecture. I just like this sign. I love British signs. Diversion. I know it's ugly, but I kind of like it. I also like brutalist architecture. It's kind of ugly, but I like it. At least it's different. Okay. And here's a market. They have tons of gorgeous markets that are all done up for holidays, for Christmas. And especially because the UK does not have Thanksgiving, which means they get super intense into Christmas right after. I don't even think they don't super do Halloween either, to be honest with you. So, like, they're super Christmas, though, over there. My gosh. And there are tons of markets that are beautiful. And there are tons of places that just look like a very narrow doorway that you walk through and all of a sudden opens up to this beautiful arcade. And not arcade like video game arcade, like a series of arches, and under the arches there are like little stores and everything. Okay. I have to read what Gunderslav says. Gunderslav says, oh geez, on our flight home, there were so many people coughing, and one guy who sniffed once per second the whole 7 hours. I'm so sorry. Oh, so yeah, speaking of Gurdislav does stream, has started to stream back on Tuesdays sometimes, and maybe other times as well. So if you want to get any idea about what he's up to. I'm so sorry. That just made me laugh, so I had to read it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like this. Like, this is what I'm talking about with these beautiful, like, little areas you can go into that are full of gorgeous stores and stuff. And yes, that's also weird, green stuff. They also do Black Friday. That is very strange. Whenever I would see anything strange in London, I'd have to ask a Londoner, like, is this a usual thing? And that's what I did ask about with this horrible monstrosity. I had to ask my friend. I was like, is this a thing you guys do? Do you just put ramen noodles on ice cream and you call it that a dessert? And no, that they don't do that. But they do Black Friday. They don't do Thanksgiving, but they do Black Friday. What's that all about? Oh, JBL says, even in the Netherlands and Croatia, we do Black Friday. You know, I'm assuming you don't do Thanksgiving either. Yeah, look, beautiful, gorgeous old buildings. And then the subway right underneath there. I love this brick. I do. I think London is so cute. And people laughed at me when I said I think London is so cute. But that's compared to like Toronto, for instance, right? Where Toronto, there's a lot of big buildings. A lot of them are just boring and ugly. You don't get cute things like this. It's so adorable. Oh yeah, probably because of online stores and stuff. They call me JBL. Says no, just Black Friday. We all find it weird and don't know why we do it. This is another great building that I think is wonderful. It's a little bit ugly, but I think it's wonderful. Because come on, at least it's different. And I'll say that every time. I'll take different over cookie cutter industrial every time. And this is another one of those like beautiful decorated little arcade areas. It's charming. Yeah, charming. Super charming. Charming. No, a square building can be cool. It just if it could have cool windows, it could have cool balconies. If it could have cool, I don't know, awnings. Can save a building. It could have cool gargoyles. There's lots of ways to make a square building cool. Or if it's just completely, perfectly just square with square windows, that's also cool. Okay. JBL says, I mean, most of Europe has a Lent to Carnival type holiday. It would make more sense to do it then. Yeah, I guess because like online shopping, it just become a global thing. They have, of course, another London thing, gorgeous department stores like Selfridges, which my first time visiting a Selfridge. This was lovely. They've got Selfridges and I love going to Harrods. I didn't go to Harrods this trip, but I do love going there. And this was the Wallace collection. Oh yeah, bias neutrality. There's a kind of timelessness with the way that the buildings are, where you can imagine Jack the Ripper or anything like that. It's very easily. The Wallace collection is a posh townhouse stuffed full of paintings and sculpture and weapons that this one guy and his family over generations just collected, and that was really cool because it's so luxurious, isn't it not? I like this piece because it does feel like limited color, like small little pictures. Of course, this is like a Jesus Christ story thingy, and I just like the sequence very much. I thought that was a cool piece. And this awesome rock crystal sculpture of an emperor. Yeah, this guy got a lot of knickknacks. I love these. I'd never seen anything like this before. These are like these small, kind of like this big, and they're like these little miniature wax sculptures of people. Did I get the group photo? I think I did. I don't have it in the slideshow, but I think I might have got it potentially. I don't know if it's just the angle that I have that or it's melting, but it's cool because it's a 3D like little guy, right? In a little tiny place. So you can be like you can collect your guy. Here's another one. Isn't that fun? I've never seen these before. These are German, circa 1600. Wax, glass, and wool. That's fun. Here's another one. I don't know what's going on with this one. But it's nice looking, isn't it? Wax has a real nice sheen to it. That does look pretty fleshy. And then there's this. I have to talk about this. They had a lot of ceramics, but I have to talk about a particularly exceptional bit of ceramics. Have you never heard of Bernard Palissy? I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I will get you his Wikipedia. I'd never known about this person until very recently. And then what happens? I go to a museum and I see some of his work. Bernard Palissy. Let's experience him together just for a little bit. I won't read the whole thing, of course. He was a ceramicist. He was between 1510 and 1589. When you look at this, do you think this looks like something that was made in the 1500s? This one isn't. Actually, this one was made between the 1600s and the 1700s by a follower of his, but it closely replicates his style of ceramics. So you're still talking about something that's like more than 400 years old. This looks like it could have been made yesterday. And what's cool about this guy is he was kind of one of those, he's a Da Vinci type of guy, right? So he was a potter, an engineer, and he had this idea that he wanted to recreate Chinese porcelain. But while doing so, he was innovating on all kinds of like techniques and also his subject matter, where he would take animals molded from casts taken from dead specimens to create very realistic vegetation and animals on his ceramics. Oh, the mall has gone to TV Prime says, a mall near me had the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 3D style portraits, which figurines. Nice. Cool to see all gone now and the mall. Yeah, malls are not doing so well right now. But I love the fact that this was that's why that stuff looks realistic, like the frog and the snake, is because he probably just took casts of them. You can see here, look at this detail. He took lizards and he just could do a cast of them and then pour ceramics. And these all look so realistic, don't they? It's fascinating that he would do this. Yeah, and this is the workshop of Palissy. This looks a lot like the one that we saw, right? Amazing. And what's cool about this guy, okay, so his life is incredible. Okay. Born into a poor family. He apprenticed as a glass painter. He was a wandering journeyman. He's in 1539 or 1540, Palissy was shown a white enameled cup that astonished him. He began a project to determine the nature of production. So yeah, I mean, he got this bee in his bonnet and studied about pottery and enamels. And for nearly 16 years, Palissy labored to recreate the pottery that he had seen, working with utmost diligence but never succeeding. At times, he and his family were reduced to poverty. He's said to have burned his furniture and the floorboards of his house to feed the fires of his furnaces. Meanwhile, he endured the reproaches of his wife, who, with their children clamoring for food, likely regarded her husband's endeavors as little short of insanity. All these struggles and failures are faithfully recorded by Palissy in his autobiography. Exactly, bias neutrality. Imagine starving your children to try to recreate a cup, and for 16 years he was on this. He was nuts, right? He failed to discover the secrets of Chinese porcelain, but he created a different style called rustic pottery, Palissy ware, and created his own types of glazes, everything like that. Now, in 1542, a peasant revolt against the Gabelle salt tax in Saintonge resulted in royal forces headed by the Duc de Montmorency arriving near Palissy's home. The Duke was impressed by Palissy's artistry and commissioned him to build retreats at the Chateau d'Ecoeng and Meudon. So he got taken in by a duke. Test failed successfully. In 1548, Palissy was brought to Paris under the protection of Montmorency and Catherine de Medici, famous. Despite his conversion to Protestantism in 1546, in a departure from the established Catholic religion, Catherine asked Palissy to construct gardens for her in the Tuileries. In 1562, she gave him the official title in her court, the King's Inventor of Rusty Figurines. Imagine being so good at what you do that they don't care that you're not the right religion to them anymore. He was outspoken in his Protestant religious beliefs, sometimes chastised influential officials by quoting from the prophetic books of the Old Testament. Under more royal protection, he was allowed to establish a fresh pottery works in Paris, the vicinity of the royal palace of the Louvre. So he's not even in the right religion, and this was a time when that was a bad thing, and they were still like, they loved his artistry so much that they were building like pottery works and whatnot for him. Like, yeah, I mean, he was probably not the best guy, honestly, but I really think it's so cool that he was so good that they didn't care and they just gave him whatever he wanted. Yeah. Anyway, going onward. Now this, yeah, this. The close of Palisi's life was quite in keeping with his active and stormy youth, despite the protection of the nobles and the court. And he died like when he was 80 or something, right? Like, he died pretty old. Okay, 79, almost 80. I was talking to the 79-year-old guy. Okay, just think about this. Despite the protection of the nobles of the court, the fanatical outburst of 1588, associated with the War of the Three Henries, led to him being thrown into the Bastille. According to Daubigny and fellow Protestants, Henry III offered Palissy his freedom if he would recant, though Palissy refused. Condemned to death when nearly 80 years of age, he died in a Bastille dungeon in 1590. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Bias neutrality says, you're not a proper artist unless you have imprisonment and death section in your wiki article. Yeah. Look at that, though, eh? Something else. Real something else. Anyway, I think he's a fascinating guy. Probably nuts, but, you know, he stood out. And I didn't have to live with him. You didn't have to live with him or work with him. We can just appreciate the best parts of him without having to deal with the worst. So, this is not a genuine Palissy. This is a follower of his. But yeah, I think it's very, very, very rare. Even the Met does not have a piece of Palissy. They have a follower's piece. Anyway, onward. This is great. This is the head of Christ in amber. I don't see that every day. 14th century. Nice. I love this collection of Baroque pearls fashioned as into different animals. I think those are kind of sweet. From the late 16th century. This is the courtyard area inside. So they covered it over, but it used to be like, yeah, this open area on the inside of this crazy townhouse that this rich man had. And it has a really nice cafe in it now. And I had some tea and scone, because you have to have tea and scone while you're in England. The bust was, yeah, it looked delicious. So that's 7K1176 Happy Crimson Tuesday. But it is amber. You could probably eat amber, but it'd probably be really difficult. Yeah, so I had a scone and tea. Horse armor. I mentioned that this guy, this rich guy, he collected a bunch of stuff. This is apparently one of the best preserved sets of horse armor ever or something. That's pretty cool. And apparently it was supposed to be not as heavy as you would expect, although it sounded pretty heavy to me, because they basically said that the armor on the horse plus the armor of the rider was a combined like 300 pounds or something, which is easily what these horses could manage of this particular breed in training. Like, that sounds like a lot of weight to me still. I have not, Simon K1176, I have not been to the Stuart Gardner Museum in Boston. I have been to Boston once for PAX East, but unfortunately I did not visit that particular one. But it's always nice to get recommendations. Yes, the museum has DLC, yes. The downloadable horse armor. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Lots of armor. This guy collected a bunch of stuff. Here's more horse armor. It's pretty nice. Katana. He had an exotic weapons collection. It has rules that they can't move the art. In Boston, like, I think the exhibitions can't rotate. Bunch of cool weapons. Bunch of cool weapons. Look at these. They're pretty fancy. This is like a blinged out rifle of some kind. Long arms. What they're called, I suppose. Oh no! Oh, they had a break-in and someone stole stuff. Now they have a few empty frames. That's really sad. The reason I like museums and art galleries is it's like, these are places anyone can go see them. And often, at least in London, you can just go in for free and see this stuff. When before these types of places existed, only rich people got to see this stuff, right? Because they'd be in collections like the one we're seeing right now. Look at these. Amazing. Persian. Islamic and Persian, I think that says. Indian. So Indian and Persian. 18th and 19th century. I just really like this painting. Also, what I liked about this particular collection is that they helpfully had like the title and stuff of the painting right in the frame, which meant I didn't have to take separate pictures of this stuff. This one is 1780 something. I just like it. See, this one is the same 11K76. Yeah, I love the Boston collection, Stuart Gardner, Rich Lady House that got expanded into museum. Like that, this is basically the same. Although I don't even think they had to expand this house, but it is a massive house. I like this painting a lot because it's actually just painted in black and white, which is weird, right? It's a little strange that they would paint in black and white. I also like the fact that it's showing like, you know, it's like it looks like multiple, like hundreds, thousands of people, but he just used a clever trick so he wouldn't actually have to paint thousands of people. I just like this piece because I like the marble that was used for the top of this cabinet thingy. That's really beautiful. And I just like this painting because it's so funny. It says the temptation of Saint somebody or other, and this is so memeable, right? I had to put some additions on it myself, but besides that, it's to me it's such a hilarious painting. I had to include it. Like it looks like he's like lying back and he's like putting his hands over where her boobs are, so he doesn't have to see them. I love it. I think it's one of the funniest paintings, and she like set up a whole like looks like she set up a whole table of stuff. Like, was he just sitting here and she brings out this table and she starts setting up a still life and stuff full of like fruit and stuff. I don't know. I like it a lot anyway. So had to share it. This table is incredible. This is malachite inlay, and I don't know what else the inlay is on the sides. But also, what I love about this table is look at this. This is almost like pixel art, right? This mosaic. Look how finely done this mosaic is. It's absolutely glorious. And the overall look of the table is this. It's pretty good, but the top of it's the best. And to give you an idea of what this guy's house looked like, this is like the upstairs area. And it just kept going and going and going. There were like 12 rooms up here. I don't even know. They were gigantic. But it was beautiful. Yeah, lots of ornate furniture. I really like the guy here. I like the guys over here too. And this is something I wanted to show because, yeah, I'm talking about lapis lazuli, we've mentioned before, and how vibrant that color is. And I don't know if that's what they used in this painting. I would guess that they did. But you do get that brilliant, beautiful, vibrant blue. And I've got another example of it here, where it's so blue, right? It's like almost like it's too blue, really, for the rest of the painting. I also love this picture because the baby there just looks so like done with everything. But the blue is to me most impressive in this painting. Also, I really like this painting because of how that guy's like reddish pinky cloak thing is rendered. I found absolutely fascinating. If you really zoom in on that, you can just see how the colors are broken up. Yeah, Simon K. 1176. Yeah, this blue is lapis lazuli ground up paint pigment. Yeah, and they did make it that way. It was very, 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 very expensive. More expensive than gold was at the time. And was light fast, which meant it didn't fade. And just stuck around. Oh yeah, the paintings are gigantic. Like, these paintings are massive. That's another reason to go to these places too. Is actually, nothing's going to compare to seeing them in person because of their scale, but also you get to see, like, you can see the colors truly. You can see the brush strokes. You can see everything. Yeah, like, this doesn't look that impressive, but if you saw this in real life and just was like, how did he paint that cloak on that guy? Oh, something else that I bought was, you know how all these gilded frames are like this? I bought this pot of like touch up. It's not gold, the one I have, but it's supposed to like not tarnish, and it's supposed to be a way to touch up these types of frames. I bought this at the National Gallery gift shop as well, and that was, I love like goldy gold things. And this is great just because it's inlay of a bunch of different types of stone, precious stones. And here's the big old fancy piece of furniture that it's in. And here's a lovely still life. Really nice looking grapes. The grapes on the bottom right are the best rendered grapes in the whole painting. Ah, the Yale Art Museum, where the paintings are like almost iridescent. Yeah, that's another thing where you're just gonna when paintings have some kind of possibly some kind of iridescence or gold or anything like that, you're not gonna get the same impression unless you're really there. Yeah, the grapes are like they were the best, most realistic looking part of this entire piece. And yeah, there's me. You can actually see me on the right hand side there. But yeah, just stuff like this, gorgeous ceramics. It reminds me a lot of in Spirited Away, Yubaba's house. I'm sure there was some inspiration taken for that house in these rooms and things. This is exactly what it looks like. Another room with fancy wallpaper. Look at that wallpaper, truly. And this glorious clock. They had glorious clocks, lots of clocks. This is this funny little urn with snakes. I thought that was nice. And even like, yeah, the curtain strings to like keep the curtains drawn are gorgeous. And yeah, just display cabinets full of that kind of thing, ceramics and stuff like that. And okay, here is the most famous Rococo painting probably ever. And for good reason, I think, because it's actually a really nice painting. I like the colors and I like the depth of it. But I really don't like Rococo as a style. It's too like airy-fairy. It's too like cutesy. And I'll show you this example. This is to me is what Rococo looks like. Oh, anyway. This is what you get when you have Rococo paintings, right? It's just overly cutesy. Everyone's got super rosy cheeks and lips, and they're like super duper pale. It's so not my thing, right? It just doesn't do anything for me, really. Most Rococo doesn't. Most Rococo looks like the painter is making fun of the subject. It's just, yeah, I'm really not into it. But the technique is nice, I suppose. But this kid, I'm like, ugh. Also, he also collected a bunch of little boxes. I just like this painting because she looks like a cool lady. I know nothing about it. And this, oh yeah, part of the collection had to do with at a certain, I guess, early 1900s, possibly. Rich people would go on something called the Grand Tour, which meant they would go to all these historic sites, like they go to Greece and they go to Rome. I can't say it's particularly where in Greece, so that's why I'm just calling it Greece. They go to Greece, they go to Rome, they'd go to Florence, they go to Venice, and they would buy paintings and they collect artifacts from their trip and then bring them back and they would show all their friends and be like, yeah, I'm cultured now because I went on this grand tour, and they would just have a set tour, I guess. Oh, cool. Simon K. 1176 said, I talked to my student a little bit about John Trumbull, a painter from my area who painted a bunch of U.S. founders. A bunch of his stuff is at Yale. Nice. Yeah. This was their Instagram photo stuff. Like this was their kind of like yeah. It was just kind of a way to show that they were cool and cultured people. And Canaletto. This is a Canaletto piece. Canaletto did a lot of really cool stuff to do with like perspective. And his paintings look very realistic. And yeah, they're really good souvenirs to say like, oh, it's like basically having a postcard or a poster, except better. And I had arepas. They had this like cool arepa shop. I'm not in the museum, somewhere else. The first time I had arepa was in Ottawa, actually. You got a lot of prebiotics in your diet, Adrian Brown. You're pretty cultured. I like yogurt. That's all I can say. I don't know. But yes, I had this delicious arepa and guava juice. And yeah, I went to Adventure X, and they had these banners up. And at the end of the show, we were told we could take them, so I took one. I didn't have checked baggage when I went, but I had to check baggage because I was hauling this thing back home. So I have it. It's really cool. The art is incredible. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I dragged it all the way back from London with me. Maybe I'll put it in the background. I don't know. I really like it though. And yeah, here is Change's Lucky Escape. That is Pal Kid, the musician on the project, and Yan is not here. In fact, we all were like, oh my gosh, we didn't get a group photo of all three of us together. The three of us who worked on the game. But yeah, we had Yan printed up all the stuff. Him and Pal Kid were basically the ones holding the fort. I was not really exhibiting. Yan submitted to exhibit and stuff, and so exhibited the game, and had a bunch of stickers and merch and stuff. You couldn't fit yours. Oh no. Yeah, I just hauled it. I just took it by the handled bag and just took it. I'm like, oh, this thing, it's so heavy. But no, I'm kind of glad I have it. Oh, you sent it to Heidelberg. Nice. So good. Grunderslov, of course, one of his characters was also on one of those banners from Rosewater. Lola was on a banner. Oh yes, and I met Pushing Up Roses, who came this year, which was fantastic. And I bought one of her Dagger of Amon Ra pins. So that was really fun. It's good to meet her. And also, I was able to thank her in person for for being so enthusiastic about the Crimson Diamond. And I remember when I first had the demo come out, she made a 5-minute video about it, and I think that really helped boost it up because people got excited about her being excited. And when the game came out, she actually did a video of it, which was really super cool. Because I remember her YouTube channel when she used to focus more on games, and yeah, so it was a real big deal to me when she was really excited about my game. So it's good to see in person. Another person who was there was Meredith Gran, who is going to be releasing Perfect Heights 2 Station to Station, and let me do a link up for that. Station to Station. Now, if you don't know anything about Meredith Gran and Perfect Heights, Perfect Heights 1 is actually let me show that one first. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to play the music or anything, but Perfect Tides is an incredible adventure game. Actually, also made in Adventure Game Studio. And Meredith is she started off as a webcomic person. She made a webcomic called Octopus Pie, and then she decided she was going to get into making a game, and she made Perfect Tides. And it's a beautiful game. I've watched people stream it. The art is incredible. I'm not going to play the whole thing. But it recreates the experience of being a teenager in the 90s so well that it's actually kind of uncomfortable. It's really gorgeous. Oh, anyway, definitely if you haven't had a chance to pick up Perfect Tides and play it, I recommend it very much. It's gorgeous, as you can see, and she's currently working on the sequel. Where is it? Games by. I was on it the other. Here it is. Perfect Tides Station to Station. So here's what this one looks like, the sequel. Looks amazing still. And so this is So Mara is now a bit older. She's 18 years old, and she's going to be having her college experience. Oh, look at this. Yeah. So that's going to be coming out January 22nd, 2026. And definitely, I would suggest if you love adventure games at all, definitely check it out. Yeah, there you go. So there's a link to it. Please do, yeah, check it out when it comes out. And yeah, here is one of the keynote speakers for Dominic Armato, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood. So it's really cool to see him. This was actually I got to meet him. It's the second time meeting him because he came to the Adventure Game Hotspot Fan Fair, and I got my Curse of Monkey Island box signed by him at that time. So I'm glad I didn't have to bring that with me this time around. Also, so this was the Dark Room, which was a show put on the end of the first day, and it was really cool, like an improv thing where it's kind of like it's sort of like an improv text parser adventure game thing that uses like audience participation, and it's really cool. The performer on this was also streams on Twitch, which I don't know if I've ever seen him stream on Twitch. I don't know what he streams on Twitch, but also he does this. He puts on shows, not just the Dark Room improv show, but other types of shows like all over the UK. So that was also really cool to see. And here's some of the merch. Here's some of the swag from Adventure X. And of course I had to get the t-shirt. I had to, get all that. All this stuff was just swag from the loot bag. So if you do go to Adventure X, you do get a loot bag. And of course I needed every single bit because of Nancy being on there. Because that was just really cool. Of course I had to get a full English breakfast as well. Had to get one of those in. I did not eat all of this, by the way. I ate most of it. I ate all of it except for all the fries, which I could not manage. But it was very good. I love beans. I ate all those beans. I like blood sausage or whatever that was. Everything else was amazing. And the fries are good too. It's just I couldn't eat them all because it was just too much. Then this was food. Mexican food? I can't remember what this was. It was very delicious. No hash browns. Do they do hash browns in the UK? I don't know. Then here was another meal deal I picked up. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't eat like that all the time, but when I know that I'm not going to be eating for the rest of the day too much, or I'll be on the go, then I will like stock up. Therefore, happy Whimsical Tuesday. I'm just coming near the end of my London slideshow. Let's give Davor a shout out. What are you up to? Were you doing some work? Thanks for the raid. Evil Dinosaur, happy Crimson Tuesday. I've literally, this is slide 186 of 188. I never buy the cans of baked beans here, but I will happily eat them at a restaurant. Yeah, this is the meal deal I picked up at the airport. You can see that my throat's already feeling a little bit not great, which is why I got the Ricola. The Ricola was part of the meal deal, which is kind of fortunate. And of course I had to get another Christmas turkey and chicken lunch sandwich. Those are fantastic. Oh, you were just talking about Adventure X. Yeah, I mean, I just went through. I didn't take a heck of a lot of pictures of that. I took more pictures of like other stuff I did. But yeah, elderflower. I still have some of these. They are soothingly good. Then this was on the plane. This plane had more reasonable lighting, so food looks like food. What kind of bird is that? I guess it's a mockingbird, because that's what the thing says here. I'm assuming a mockingbird. I don't know why a mockingbird has to do with a fruit drink. This was great though. It was almost not even a liquid. This raw boost thing. It was viscous. It was like sludge. It was great. Yeah, the smoothie was really good. Okay, Davo says we were working on Our big, complicated, animated building interior scene, which we've been procrastinating on starting for months and months. Fantastic. Yeah, you just have to get through it eventually. Yeah, this was the meal. There's another one of those buns, shortbread fingers. Upper left is, I don't know, potato salad of some kind. And then this chicken and rice thingy, which is fine. And that's that. That was my first sandwich of the trip. And we circled back around. That was the whole entire. Oh yes, I am on that Club CRT thing, Davor, and honestly, I saw the notification about some kind of ray train thingy, and I just haven't like paid attention because I'm so bad at keeping up to date with Discord, like so bad. So Bias Neutrality says airplane food always makes me feel sick. I'm okay with it. It's just a weird. I don't like doing anything on a plane. I don't like doing anything on a plane. I can't work on a plane. I can't read on a plane. I just have to close my eyes and listen to a podcast on a plane, or sleep, or listen to music. I'm non-functional on a plane. It's not like I'm scared or anything. I just really don't like the environment that is. And adding to this whole, like the disease aspect of, not having a mask on a plane, it also makes me not want to eat on a plane. But I like the little packages of food. I think those are pretty cute. But I guess I missed out on the deadline for some kind of raid train or something next month. Hey, SH Done, happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah, long time no see. I just saw you the other day. I saw you Sunday. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that Japan flight, Davor, if I ever go to Japan. I don't want to think about that. Yeah, it's not my favorite thing to fly. Because it's uncomfortable in the seat, and then you got people near you. I'll do it. I know you have to get where you want to be, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have to at some point, but it's not the best. Moving onward, though. Why do I have Photoshop open? I don't even need Photoshop today. We're not even going to open up Photoshop today. We're going to switch it to art. Oh yeah, I was thinking about doing an Aussie and Japan trip, Davor. I was actually thinking that. Because we know so many cool streamers in Australia. Here we are. This is where we left off. With our mini Maple Mystery background. Why is there a green pixel? Yeah, someone mentioned this green pixel, and I didn't know what they were talking about until, like, literally just now. I totally missed it. What's wrong with me? I don't know. Oh, you know what? It's probably from... It's from the floral wallpaper, is it not? Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, someone's been commenting on my YouTube channel about a green pixel. I had literally no idea until this very second. Yeah, it's not a pea. It could be anything at this size, right? It could be like a stick of gum or a pea. Oh no, Bison Charlie says my in-flight entertainment didn't work on my flight to Japan. They had in-flight entertainment. Like they had the screen for the TV shows and the movies and stuff. I cannot even do that. Like I can't engage my brain whatsoever on a flight. Hey, Judge Khan, happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah, we're just getting started on the artwork. Get sticky. Yeah, like what would that be? Okay, yeah, we're just gonna get started today. Let's start a new layer. And I guess the question is gonna be how we're gonna give this a bit more life to it. Right? So let's start another layer. Oh, nice, Garbacapa, yeah. Yeah, I had my fair share of flat whites and English breakfast teas in London. Looking at this, I'm wondering about the symmetry there, because those back corners are not lined up whatsoever, and I feel like I just missed the symmetry by 1 pixel. That's probably the first thing I'll fix. Oh, yeah, I played Evil Dead, so I actually played Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade on stream. But did I see this tape on the book? I can't remember what I saw. At this scale, you cannot leave anything. You cannot leave anything because everything looks so big. It's gonna just call attention immediately. Okay, I think I need to fix this Because looking at this, or do I not? Do I just not? Did I just not make these symmetrical whatsoever? I don't think these are symmetrical. That's fine. It's fine. Hey, thanks, Borbadino. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I'm wondering about some of this. If I need to just kind of round that out a little bit. Balanced composition with a column of green pixels. Hypercrimson continues to be a journeyman. Here's the thing about low resolution pixel art that I'm so mindful of when I'm doing anything. It's like at this scale, if you look at like how like Nancy, for instance, if we just were to take Nancy, right? And you take her over here, and like you could say, well, the smallest unit we have at our disposal is this 2x1 pixel, right? And so when you think about this, what your smallest unit you can represent on screen is, let's say Nancy is, canonically Nancy is like 5'2" or something. So how much is that in centimeters? I gotta check. What's 5'2"? Like 60 inches, but 62 inches, I guess? 62 inches, 2 centimeters. Okay. Evil Dennis R says, you have to pull the bookcase at Henry's apartment. There's a single off-white pixel that is sticky tape. Use that in the solvent in Indy's office to get the key that flips the man into the pen. Okay, so I must have done that to get the key that flips the man into the pen. Okay. Okay. 160. Okay, so let's say 100. Let's call that 158 centimeters. And then each, how many pixels high is she, right? So she's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't count properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 30, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, or 6, or 7, 48. So approximately 48 pixels, right? Approximately. Something else this keyboard has, by the way, that I love, is it has a button for a calculator. 158 divided by, what did I just say? 48 pixels? I can't remember what I just said. 48? I'll just, okay. So each pixel here is 3 centimeters. Yeah, so 3 centimeters. 3.3 centimeters is each pixel, right? So that's the smallest unit you can of size you can display, which means like if you're going to be like animating something, if a person is breathing, is it going to be rising and falling? If it rises and falls less than 3.3 centimeters, then it's kind of like, well, if I show it, then it's going to be like the person's chest is rising and falling more than 3.3 centimeters. Or 3.3 centimeters at the very least. And when people do any type of like movement, it's so, when I think about that, like sometimes, and it's fine because people do animations for emphasis to exaggerate stuff. So of course it's not like saying, oh, that's illegal, they shouldn't do that. But I do think about that in terms of like when people like on a sprite, when it's just standing there, when a sprite is breathing and it's like rising and falling a lot. And I'm just like, that would be so much movement in real life. I do think about that, even though it might not necessarily be super applicable. Okay, DI said, we did a lot with the torch trying to change the fire color to emulate motion instead of the outline. Interesting. Okay, TV promises the gray lower left corner on the border of the wall has 2 blue pixels which look out of place. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. With like obviously like it's not some kind of hard and fast rule, but I do think about that sometimes because I think when I see like on a sprite like I don't mean like a close up, but I mean like when I see a sprite that's like this big on a screen, and I see them going like this, I'm like, oh my gosh, they're breathing super. Like I prefer stillness, but I guess most people want to see something move on a screen. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the sub, the resub, journeyman. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine when they do it, but I just like because the type of games I grew up with were Sierra games where they didn't really have. Although, like, yeah, Dave Ward talks about KQ3, like how much people's parts can move can be kind of crazy, even though it's like only 2 pixels, really, right? But yeah, when I see like a lot of that bouncing around, I'm like, oh, I prefer stillness. I'm old fashioned. Okay, bottom left. What are we looking at here? Gray lower left corner border. 2 blue pixels which look at a place. Oh, here, like there. I think I just put that one there by accident. That wasn't supposed to be there. I put them by accident. That was not there to begin with, but I put that there trying to fix something that didn't need to be fixed. KQ7 movements, yeah, okay, what are we going to do here? Okay, so this wall looks too straight up and down, but then if it's not too straight up and down, then we're going to clip this. But I can start it up higher, right? So this is a layer on top, right? Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do, actually, and also these, when you come to think of it, wait, okay, so I gotta actually extend this wall. Gotta extend the wall. Oh no, it can't be higher. Oh no, it can't be higher. Okay, gotta, oh no. Oh, it's terrible. That's gonna have to do. That looks terrible. It has to be that, but I'm just gonna, it doesn't line up, but that's gonna be okay. Like you can barely tell, right? That this baseboard isn't lining up. The wood that the tables are made of, yeah, I want to add a little bit of grain to them or something. I played some Mega Man X way back in the day, but I don't remember. I don't remember what his sprites look like. The game is beautiful. First thing I want to fix, yeah, is like the fact that this is too straight, and I want to make it more kind of interesting to look at. So why don't I? Yeah, something like. And interestingly, wow. Okay, so I was doing it, giving it a black outline, but I wasn't super consistent. I didn't continue it upward. Do I need the black outline here anymore? Maybe I don't. What is in this Evil Dentist art? What is in this cup is lemon ginger tea, brewed strong, because I thought it would help with my throat issues. Yeah, I guess my concern initially with this was that this wouldn't stand out if I didn't do this outline, but let's see what it looks like without the outline. Yeah, and I have like soccer in the afternoon tomorrow, but I can't go now because I'm slightly sick, so it's kind of annoying. I mean, what do we think? Do we prefer it with the black outline on the cutaway, or do we prefer it not having the black outline? Yeah, it's some kind of there is some bunch of there's like a probably half a dozen things going around at Adventure X. And while I did take my precautions, you know, I did my best. Just kind of have to accept it. Well, before or after Evil Genocide, like the left side is like the outline, the black outline version, and the right side is like the non-black outlined. I was less concerned about getting sick at events before COVID, because COVID can really be completely debilitating, um, and also it can affect your brain. And I like my brain. I really like my brain, and I don't want it to be damaged. But yeah, what do we think, left or right, with the outline? I can kind of go either way because I feel yeah yeah just kind of does not recommend COVID. I feel like I could get away with either of these, either outlined or non-outlined. Kind of like the outline. Okay, yeah. It does make it stand out more, right? Let's just undo everything I just did. It kind of does make it stand out a bit more. It makes the weirdness of this wall less obvious. Yeah, yeah. I think I prefer it too. Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre that's inconsistent that doesn't go all the way up, but the problem with it going all the way up this outline is that it kind of does make this wall not a thing. Which actually is actually which I actually come to think of it, I don't actually mind. I hate it less than I thought I would hate it. Right? That's actually not. It doesn't super bother me. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, that's just fine. Yeah, I can live with that. It's just herbal tea. I I feel like I'm still trying to get myself readjusted to the time difference. And actually, I feel like I went to bed like kind of really early. I fell asleep accidentally actually at around like 11 or something, which is way earlier than I usually do. But then I woke up at my kind of my usual time, which hopefully means I fixed myself. But home and happy Whimsical Tuesday. You hold on. Let me just double check if I don't want to have missed anything. Um, any notifications or anything. You missed the sandwiches. You missed the London trip photos. That's basically about it. That's all I got into today. And then now we're just working on this. The sandwiches are so good. I like those Thanksgiving sandwiches. And just on like regular kind of bread, right? Like I don't need them to be on super hamburger bun or anything like that. They kind of go crazy with that idea because we do them here too, but it's over the top. I don't need it to be over the top. And then we're gonna get into some Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. I don't know if I might stop early today. I don't know. I haven't really decided. I'm kind of seeing how I'm feeling. I wasn't entirely sure I was actually gonna stream tonight because I was feeling. I woke up kind of feeling not super great. Like my throat was actually hurting. Just hurting. Like I didn't have to just swallowing and hurting, but it got better. So that's why I decided I was actually going to stream. And this is kind of distracting. These window things. But the door one's kind of cool. I might actually do like a wood thing. No, that's you can't see. That's too confusing too. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. Happy American Thanksgiving. Oh, and on Thursday. No, sorry. Happy early Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving. Yeah, yeah. Though, day after sandwiches, Thanksgiving sandwiches are amazing. Okay, so this isn't even the same thickness. Oops. Okay, so I need to add... How did that happen? Wow, look. I gotta add one thickness. So what happened here? How did I just mess that up that badly? Because now these don't... Yeah, these totally don't line up. They totally don't. How do you like that? Okay. Did I just eyeball it? It sounds like something I would do. Oh, anyway, this is about finishing touches. Oh, that undo ship has sailed. What happened here? Oh my gosh. I mean, it wouldn't be perfect. It's like handmade, you know. Okay, so I need a so. Oh, when is that new Knives Out movie coming out? Has it already come out? They don't have the like the. I feel like at least these horizontals should line up, but if the nail part, the nail pixels are not lining up perfectly, that's fine. That can happen. And I even feel like, okay, yeah, so let's do that trick we were taught about the other day. So that is 10 pixels, right? This is 11 pixels. Oh my gosh, these are not even. What am I even doing? That's 11. This is 9. How? What is my problem? This is 9 and this is 10 and this is 11. The boards are different sizes. You're right. This is authentic. It's authentic. They shouldn't even be perfect. I don't even think... Okay. I think... Look, they're not even straight here. They're not even straight here. So I don't gotta have them... Like, I shouldn't have them straight, actually. Well, here's the thing: is I didn't even do that particular piece that long ago, and I did still forget. I told you I have no memory. I have no memory. So what I actually do when I go on trips and stuff is I'll try to do this. I don't do this perfectly every time, but what I try to do. Modern Verbs, happy Crimson Tuesday. Good to see you. What I try to do when I go on vacations and stuff is I try to, at the end of the day, I try to write down in my my little journal thing what I did that day, just as I can kind of just like so I can go back to that and reread it and remember what I actually did to get kind of like extra value from the trip. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Reading about atama ga warui or Waluigi. It's a real thing. Yeah, I take notes. I do like I do like oh yeah, I forgot to actually show. I think I've I actually did forget to show this. Okay. So, um I told you I when I went to the National Sorry, something just fell. It's fine. Oh, it fell. It's down there. Okay. When I went to the National Gallery, I did buy a pin. And I forgot to show the pin, so there we go. Okay, I'll show the pin. Oh, wait. Okay, I didn't show the pin. No, and it's getting keyed out, so I'm just turn off the... Okay, so here's the pin I bought at the National Gallery. So it says Syrah, right? So it says on the inside here, it says bathers at Asnières, 1884. That's what it says on the inside. And so it has like a little palette of the colors in that piece. So why don't we actually look at the palette colors and see how accurate it is? Full screen. Hold on. Oh, whoops, I didn't want to do that. Okay. So Syrah, bathers. Okay. So here, yeah, it's this famous piece, right? And so from that famous piece, yeah, let's just copy it. Can I just paste? I cannot paste just into OBS, right? Okay. Okay. So here are the colors. And let's get the I actually think that this one is a saturated version of this painting, and I'm not super happy with it. So give me a second. I think this one's more close. I've got a better version. Give me a second. So, why can't I just hold the... Yeah, there we go. So I just think that's a lot of fun. Well, where's the red? Though, this is the orange, but not the red. Anyway, I just thought it was a really cool, like, little cute souvenir pin. Because it very much feels like a pixel art limited palette piece. And I also love makeup palettes, like for eyeshadow and everything, so it feels like that too. And so, yeah. That's that. Okay. Back we go. Oh yeah, I was just hemming and hawing about these boards that I have to put back up here. Okay, and I'm actually gonna... Oh. Why isn't it letting... Oh, it's... Oh, weird. How do I make a line? Oh. Okay. See, that doesn't really work because you can see that it's not... Okay, I'll just do it up to here. Hmm. Yeah, the problem is that it's such a low resolution that you have to really make it look wonky to make it look wonky at... There we go. A little bit more purposeful. Oh yeah, that too. Like I have there's so many Evil Dinosaur. There's so many like commented out stuff in the Crimson Diamonds code because I just will forget stuff all the time. Yep. Is this too wacky? I don't want it to see. I don't want it to be parallel, right? Just one. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to space this out properly. Although it should kind of look like the other one. Hmm. Okay, how many? Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7. 1, 2, 3. For the first level, 7. Right? Okay, so we're gonna do this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I make too many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I made too many. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine. Close enough. You liked the way it looked before. Never you mind. Never mind. That's ancient history now. Oh, it's too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't have to be even. We've already agreed. You said that it's okay that if it's not. And see, I'm even gonna intentionally make these not in line. It's ramshackle. It's yeah, it's all good. It's we're all just having a nice time. There we go. There we go. And yeah, there's gonna be some like wear and tear. Yeah, I mean, so it's not again, it's just fine. It's just gonna wear it and tear. I'm getting hungry though, so it might be snack time soon. I got banana bread. Oh, there's something else that I want to mention in terms of going to London and my impression of London and how I feel when I'm in London. Oops. Banana bread. When I'm in London, I feel really self-conscious about how I sound. Like my Canadian accent. I feel super self-conscious because British people always sound so smart, you know, and cultured. And when I'm talking, I feel like a big hick. And I feel like I'm very aware when I talk. And I've said this before. I'm very aware that I'm slurring stuff, and I don't say stuff properly. And yeah, I just get a little self-conscious feeling when I can hear other people talking properly and I'm not talking properly. Charlie B says you just have to work with a few for a while and you'll get over that. Hey, interesting. Interesting. I've been told my Vancouver accent is like soft, mumbly, almost Irish. And a journeyman says, I suspect to themselves their own accent doesn't sound cultured and smart. Oh, well, anyway, it does to me. And when I hear myself go, I'm gonna go do this. I'm like, ah, I didn't say I'm going to go do this. I'm gonna go do this. I feel like, I just even with people who, what football hooligan sounding, it sounds cool to me. I don't know. Nothing gives me energy when I wake up. I wake up naturally, usually, for the most part, because I make my own schedule. Yeah, we can't all sound like Sally Beaumont. This is true. But yeah, I'm like, oh god, I sound dumb. Uncultured swine from the colonies, I'm sure I get over that eventually, but Judge Conn said, I had no idea I even had an accent until a waiter in Adelaide said, oh, you must be from Melbourne, like by your accent. No, I don't think about how I sound usually, except when I'm in, like, when in a place where, in, like, so far in my travels, only in, like, England, when everyone sounds, like, posh. I'm like, oh. Yeah, you're from Boston, Massachusetts. Park the car and Harvard Yard, right? That whole thing. Ah. Oh, he's from Worcester. Okay, I see. Wrong continent, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. People talk about not thinking they sound like themselves when they hear themselves on recording. I've kind of listened to myself long enough that I don't hear the difference anymore. But yeah, it can be a bit jarring. Worcester. We have at Worcester here in Mass, yeah. I do really enjoy accents, and when I'm watching a show, especially a British show, I really enjoy hearing the accents, and I like, just playing around when I'm on my own, just putting a bit of accent on. I even do that a bit in like Level 0 NPCs, which hopefully we'll be recording sometime this week. When we're doing voices for different characters, I'll like try to do a Scottish accent or do an Irish accent or do whatever, Southern accent. It's just fun to do. It's fun to play with the different sounds and stuff. And Matt's really good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm pretty bad at it, but I have fun with it at least, and no one seems to complain. So, yeah. Just kind of says, strangely, I've had people here in Melbourne think I'm from Melbourne. I know you guys say Melbourne. And think you're from England, Ireland, or Canada. No, I would never do voice acting in a game. I'm not. I'm not good. I'm not good at it. It's just fun to do. Like I did the most horrendous Irish accent ever. When the Level 0 NPCs and I were playing the Crimson Diamond, like the worst on Nancy. Yeah. Yeah, I had fun. Cause even like, I looked up how to do those accents and stuff on like there's YouTube channels over like teach you how to do accents and stuff. And I know what the notes are, and then you hear actual Irish people or Irish people on shows, and you're like, they don't sound like this. What is this? Yeah, Matt Berry's got a great voice. That's another thing. Like a great voice is also really pleasant to listen to. Um, I mentioned I saw Nosferatu. Robert Eggers, Roger Eggers, whatever his name is, the Eggers one, the new Nosferatu, and Ralph Ineson has like the best voice ever on earth. And so yeah, I love listening to good sounding voice too. I wish I had a cool sounding voice or a voice that sounded nice. I don't think I have one. I just think I've got a normal voice, and that's fine. But yes, love listening to a nice sounding voice. Wow, and also it's fascinating when people pick up accents from television, and that can actually sound like really good at it. I'm like I said, I'm not. I've not played any Baldur's Gate, but yeah, he's got a great voice. Hmm. So yeah, oh yeah, the tables. We're talking about the tables. This looks pretty good. I like, yeah, the kind of the weathering of those. Well, you know what I could do, actually? Would this look bad? I don't even know what that would indicate, but does that look bad if I do this? Yeah, that's confusing. I don't like that. Okay, never mind. Uh, let's look at them tables. New layer, and yeah, what's great is that these two colors are actually pretty. Well, actually, they're not even really that similar, are they? Maybe I should instead use just the red color if I wanted to put some scratches and dents in the tables. Probably. Hmm. I'm still not totally sold on this either, this particular light. That's looking a bit much. Yeah. Ooh, look at them there. That's fine. Oh, I'm Evil Dinosaur. I'm glad you like, yeah, the reflection of the sunlight. Yeah, I tried, um, though I think I tried this before where I wonder where if this should be yellow, you know? And I think I decided it looked terrible. It does not look not terrible. Hmm. There's a great deal to getting to London from through Iceland. Really? Maybe just the bottom. How do we feel about that? I don't know. I think I like it. I'm not super sure. Evil Dinosaur says, I feel like the sun is coming in from the outside and we can't see the left side of the window. It's like yeah, because it wouldn't hit that sill. Oh, they're and trying to encourage tourist travel to Iceland. Oh. Well, the kind of the light's kind of coming in from like the sun's. Where is the sun? The sun is coming from that way, so from the upper right, the right side of the house, correct. But like everything, so you're saying it should like hit this sill, potentially, right? It should hit this sill, and then the other sill maybe only the bottom. I'd buy that. Because that would also help with the directionality, kind of, you know? Reverse the sill. Reverse the sill? Because the sun's coming in from that way. Actually, should there even be a sill here? Because that actually might make more sense considering the light hits there, and then wouldn't hit that at all. Just like how better how it looks this way. Yeah, in whenever this is set, late 1800s, I think I said, Canada had 2 suns. Lava lamp. No lava lamp. 11, or it's actually in this picture. What time is it? I don't even know. Probably it's kind of yeah, that time around. Sun would be on. It's coming in through over here. It's gonna hit over there. But it's also gonna be light, kind of like it wouldn't be hitting this sill necessarily, but it'd be like still light from coming outside because it's still. Actually, maybe it wouldn't be. Like that. When was poutine invented? That's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. I can't imagine. Not that. Couldn't have been too recent because how long have we had French fries? I think we would have put cheese curds and gravy on top of French fries almost immediately after they were invented. So, no, it can't be too long after that. JBS says, let's assume there's a huge mirror next to the side of the house that you can't see on the outside screen. Well, I see outside screen. Outside screen. Well, that is pretty dark over there. Window's pretty small too, isn't it? This is consistency, people. I'm so inconsistent. Look how much smaller the window is from the outside. How annoying. Let's try to fix those windows because they're so inconsistent. Look how tiny. Ugh. The sunlight. The sunlight's the over the right side there. It would be stronger on that side, wouldn't it? I'm gonna try to make these windows smaller because it's really super bothering me. Oh. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like the light on the bar there. Yeah, this. Ooh, that does not good. Okay. Yeah, I think that's more accurate. Could always make the exterior windows bigger. Well, I think like windows tended to be pretty small. I feel like I should be referring to my historical reference, but nah. I mean, it's pretty easy to make these smaller. Ha! They call me JBLs. By the way, I cannot believe you finished Phantasmagoria 2 of the levels of NPCs. I thought it would take you 20 years. That game. That game, man. Bananas. Banana bread. I didn't like how mean everybody was. I didn't like that. The game was mean. "19 pixels. Okay, I'll put this 21 pixels? Wow. Pretty bad at this. Sorry, throat. 20. I'm still. Team Trevor forever? I don't like Trevor. I'm going to just say that right now. Ugh. Is Windows 11 27 gigabytes? That's such a bother, isn't it? Did I just even make this? It's still 20, isn't it? 19! I did it. Okay, cool. No, I think smaller because the glass is expensive and stuff, and so they wouldn't have big old panes of it. It's fine. It's fine. Smaller. Oh, I gotta raise this part. I'm getting hungry. So, thinking I'm probably gonna eat and take a break. I might not stay as long this time because I am slightly under the weather. Ha! JBL says, Julia, we're gonna have to agree to disagree when it comes to Trevor. This is fine. No, it's totally fine that we can have different opinions about that guy. That horrible jerk of a man. Ugh. Journeyman, I'm so sorry to hear that Windows 11 Deployment sucked. I don't have any tiramisu. I wish I had tiramisu. I like tiramisu. That's bad. Yeah, why does everything have to become bad? Yeah, just putting a couple like little bits of, oh yeah, table. Ugh. Yes, it's very much in keeping Gomensama. I'm a big old window shopper. I love a window shop. Staring in the window. Yeah, that doesn't look good. It's, you know, like the table's legs are gonna be a little bit rough too. Creating Humans is Cory Doctorow has a rather detailed explanations of why things get worse over time. Wait, there are a lot of reasons why things get worse over time. I know that he writes for like Wired and stuff, and apparently his articles are good. I don't know if I probably have read some Cory Doctorow articles. I read a Cory Doctorow book. I read Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, I think it was called. I didn't like it. I think the characters were so mean in it. I don't like mean characters. Especially the main character. If the main character's mean, I kind of don't like it. Modern Verbs asked, does anyone have any holiday treats you look forward to? I look forward to eating panettone. I've never had the panettone stuff. I've seen it and it's intrigued me, but I've never had one myself. I don't know, did Cory Doctorow invent blogosphere? I really like, of course, I like my mom's thumbprint cookies, of course. And she makes these like little almond cookies too that are very delicious. And every year I make the same gingerbread recipe from this really like this 1970s like cookbook that my mom has that I really love. It's like my favorite cookie. So I look forward to making and eating those. I also have to go to the washroom, which actually doesn't usually happen, like on stream usually. I don't mean just generally, just not on stream. Oh, this leg is. It's actually. Oh yeah, this is the glowy leg. Oh, yeah, that one. What flavor is the 1970s cookie? Oh, I didn't mention. It's a gingerbread cookie, and it's got a very nice mild gingerbread flavor. It's very nice. Okay, yeah. Beta Human says Dr. Ro's fiction is pretty mid, but his nonfiction makes up for it. If you heard the term enshittification in the last little while, that's a coinage of his. Okay, yes, I have heard of that. Yeah. Okay, he did not coin blogosphere, but he's coined a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, I think I've probably read some of his nonfiction, and I think it's quite good. Ooh, JBL says in Croatia we make papren. I'm gonna not pronounce that right. Paprenjaki, which are black pepper cookies from the Middle Ages. I don't have often need for working in transparent layers, but I did work in transparent layers when I made my Clue board game. like setup, stream setup, like you in those uh, weapons had transparent layer shadows. Also in the Over the Garden Wall fan game, the shadows underneath the characters also transparent layers, which I'd never done before, and that was a lot of fun. Am I gonna try to do like extend the chips? No, that looks terrible. Can't do that. But also we need on the bar we need weathering, right? Or we do. But I also kind of need to pee. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? And I'm hungry. Okay. So what we're gonna do. Well, oh, I forgot even to turn off my turn back on this. It's gonna be an intermission. I forgot to turn back on the thing. Okay, what we're gonna do is properties. Why don't I'm gonna turn back on? I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn my London slideshow on, but I'm gonna make it just advance automatically. Okay, properties, transition, okay, automatic. Okay, there. Okay, it's gonna transition automatically now. I'm gonna turn off my camera and my mic, and I'm gonna use the bathroom, and I'm gonna eat my snack, and I'm gonna come back and join you later. Yeah. Yeah, see everyone just in a little bit. I actually have never timed it even done this. I don't know how long it take. Do I take 10 minutes? I don't actually know. Okay. Anyway, for whatever time I usually take, yeah. I'll see you guys back in a little bit. Good night, evil Dennis R. Thanks for coming by. Happy Crimson Good Tuesday. I am coming back. Oh, here I am. Yeah, it took me a bit longer than usual today because I had to go and get myself more hot water to fill this. Thank you for the welcome back, journeyman. To get more ginger. What is it? Lemon ginger tea that I was having. So seems to be I'm drinking more than usual. Mm. Oh my goodness, yeah. Okay, so thanks for watching a few rounds of those pictures. mm. Let us take one look at this again. It's 11:17. Okay. So this, am I going to do anything else with it before we go on to the second part of the night, third part of the night, which is playing Karuizawa Yūkai Annai? Do we want to maybe texture the floor a little bit? I was going to add wear to the bar. Bar and floor are kind of the same deal. Let's try that. Can we? Because the bar would be pretty worn. Yes, that was bits of the Sarai exhibit. Well, it was more like one of his contemporaries who did a lot of pointillism, and I can't remember the poor guy's name as much as I can. As much as I really appreciate his work, I don't remember the guy's name. But yeah. It was a really good exhibit. It was at the Tate Modern, and highly recommend it. Great little, great exhibit. Yeah, if you're a museum and art gallery fiend like I am, there's almost no better place probably than London. As far as I know, like I haven't really been that many places. Zach Brown Games Happy Crimson Tuesday. I haven't been many places, but yeah, London has so many amazing museums and art galleries, and a lot of them are free admission. Trying to like figure out like what would be worn. I guess the corner of the bar would be worn, right? Because people are brushing past it constantly. We've had a pretty relaxing day, Zach Brown Games. Well, a relaxing stream. We did not actually play EGA DOS Double Dragon tonight for the first time in a while because I had some pictures to show of my trip to London recently. Hey, nice. It's raining in New York. My first instinct is to hunt some shrooms after the rain because of the stream. Well, that's a very good instinct to have. But don't eat them. Don't eat them. Just look at them or photograph them. I didn't find any mushrooms in London. I wasn't really looking for them, to be fair. I know no double dragon. No double dragon. Not even a single dragon was to be had tonight. Because I showed a 188 slideshow. Oh no, photograph the mushrooms. Photograph only. This streamer to take no liability for deaths resulting from. Oh, what happened over here? Yeah, there we go. Shroomography. Let's see. Okay, if that room just had dimness to it with sunlight, dimness. Yeah, I could add more dimness. What we could do is add dimness with adding more dark gray to the floor. That could be quite nice. I'm definitely considering it. it can add sort of it can give an effect. It might add more of a lighting effect on the floor, which would be one of the more obvious places you can put lighting effects. Oh, definitely a good thought. I was hoping to finish this one off completely today, after I had, I've broken that problem how many times. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the evidence of me saying eat all the shrooms that you find, especially the brightly colored ones. Yeah. No, no. Don't eat anything, ever. Um, and people walking up to the bar, ramming their feet up against it, People do that. So we'd want the bottom part of this to look rather raggedy. Yeah, thank you. Zach Brown Games clipped. Eat all the mushrooms you can find. Hey, Judge Khan, thanks for dropping by. Happy Creamsicle Tuesday. Yeah, yeah. See you all next week. See you next week. This is fun. Should I even try to do a suggestion of actual grain? Is that something I should do? Or is that silly? It's probably silly. Ooh. It's not bad. Kind of exciting. Zach Brown, I gave thanks last month because the Canadian Thanksgiving is in October. But I think it's important to make to keep it in your daily practice, right? To kind of have a what is it, gratitude kind of thing for stuff regularly. Oh. Lee Norman has 4 black flags and a drake, which I don't know the significance of. Yeah, I like to add these weathered bits. Otherwise, stuff can just look, you know, so artificial. Thanks, Shiving. Hating power. Thanks, Shiving is pretty good. Thanksgiving is pretty good. And yeah, sometimes it can be hard to do the gratitude thing, for sure. But I'll be like, oh, look, there's a bird there. I just saw a very nice little bird. Or something. It's always something. Even if it's small. Especially if it's small. But yeah, it can be difficult. For sure. Hey, some suggestions of grain. The bear is there at this at Thanksgiving. So what I can do... Oh, I don't know Beethoven says, gratitude and empathy are the whole of the law, as a very famous Judean once said. I think they're very important. Okay, let's try to light this floor. Better. Better. Oh, that's very philosophical, Zach Brown Games. Says, I think the times I've been most grateful have been the times where I had nothing, so everything was such an unexpected and welcome surprise, and I yearn for that level of peace again. Yeah, I think, I try, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons, I think I've said before, but that's one of the reasons I really like bird watching, is that something can just, you could just see a bird, you know? There might be a duck you haven't seen in a long time. I mean, not like the individual duck, because who knows which, you know, I can't tell between ducks, but there might be a kind of duck you haven't seen in a long time, or, you know, maybe there'll be something else that you see, and you just so happen to be at the right time in the right place. And that can feel really good. Because I think generally speaking, I have a hard time believing good things can happen unless you work your butt off forever for them. And even then, maybe not. So when I just see a really cool looking bird or something else unlikely that was really good, I think I find that really helpful. What is... It just keeps popping up. I don't know. So I'm just trying to add a little bit of, you know, idea of shadow onto this floor. I know how good this is going to end up being. And also, I guess by the door there'd be shadow because it's closed. Oh yeah, there are many ways to get there in terms of like stuff that just makes you feel good or puts you in the right mindset, for sure. Hmm. Oh yeah, I was also gonna do like worn out bits on the floors. See, let's do that on another layer in case I hate it. So this is another way of kind of darkening these areas up that aren't just flat color, and also I won't be losing the actual floorboards to this. The only kind of good thing about having a bit of your throat not that great, and your voice being a little bit altered for it is like sometimes I think, ooh, is there a particular song that I just couldn't get the low note on that I could maybe now that my voice is something's wrong with it, you know? Or would I sound cooler singing if now that my voice is weird, slightly weird? I don't know how much weirder I probably don't sound all that much weirder, but yeah. Sorry for the clearing of the throat. Kind of nice. I don't know Andrea Bocelli's "Oh Holy Night." The only Andrea Bocelli song I know of his is when he sings that "Time to Say Goodbye" song with Sarah Brightman. That's what I know him for. But I can't sing that because he's singing it in Italian, you know. Ugh, I'm so sorry. I don't want to sound annoying. Yeah, I like that. It's looking more weathered. Although, oh my gosh, we're getting up to 11:45, and that's usually my cutoff for art, the art part of the evening. And I feel like I'm not finished with this yet. So I'm a little bit discouraged by. Because I so promised you guys, and it's so not gonna happen this time. Oh, oh well. Because I didn't get even into the walls. What if I wanted to put a crack in this cookie jar? It's not happened yet. I haven't even haven't had the chance. What a bummer. It's true. I'm not at my best. I'm not at my best today. And you guys won't stop chattering, you know? But I'm glad. I do this because you guys are chattering, and it's quite pleasant actually. Oh, you know what I can do now? I can do like weathering. That is now also the floorboards, right? Yeah. Oh, holy night. How does it go? Is it he go lower? Oh, is it lower than that? Can't go that low. Oh no, feeling a bit under the weather. Yeah, sometimes like stuff goes around all over the place, swirling about this time of year. So yeah, yeah. Take care, rest up. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to do that. No, can't hit that last one. I'm no Bocelli. I'm not a tenor. I don't even know what I am. Probably alto. Although when I was in high school, we had a high school choir, and I sang like second soprano or something. But so I don't know. He goes quite dynamic with that song. Yeah, but Bocelli's got a great voice. It's a little better than mine, you know. So yeah, it's nice that he can show it off his range. Oh yeah, I didn't do any of that. Where it looks like there's like a little hole in the floorboards, like that. Yeah, let's put a hole in the floorboards. Dents and shadows and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of stuff I like. Look, but not too much in that because we want to keep the middle, even though like the lighting for the most part is coming from the windows. I like having the middle part of the room kind of, brightish kind of from the floor because that's kind of the most active area in the room. So it's not going to be reflective of reality in so much as this particular piece of art can be reflective reality. But yeah, it's just like a little thing, a little convention where you're like, oh, okay, that's going to be bright because that's the part. Even though paradoxically, the center of this room should be the most worn. I'm not doing that. I'm doing it in such a way that's going to kind of draw the eye of the player to the middle of the room because the walls aren't that important, right? Yeah, there'll be the VOD, Zach Brown Games. Yeah. Yeah, Lady Norman. My singing, I sing all the time when I'm alone. My favorite thing to do is be in the car, and I'll have a relatively long time to drive, and then I'm singing along. If people were just to look at me in the car as I'm driving, they would probably think I'm crazy, because I'm going all out, you know. Lady Norman. So how bear heavy that earlier the Crimson Diamond outline was lives rent free in my head. It makes me chuckle when I think of it. I'm I'm so happy that it can bring you joy. I was taken aback, to be honest, because like I said, I don't remember anything. So when I'm presented with incontrovertible proof that I was crazy, um, yeah, I love it. It's kind of fun thing. Yeah. For those of you who weren't there for that stream, I showed like the most recent draft that I had of the Crimson Diamond uh plot and stuff, and there was like going to be a bear, and there's going to be like the someone was going to get murdered, and it would look like a bear attack, and so they would think it was a bear in the area and stuff. It was going to be a whole thing. I did not do that though. I wonder if for the sequel, if anything will get as crazed as that, or if probably not. I think I've gotten better at. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I hope I've gotten better at organizing my thoughts. The last third switched to about Mr. Bear. He was gonna be a whole thing. Pete the bear. It was Pete the bear. Yeah. Good old Pete. And it was gonna play into themes about nature, versus man and whatnot, Um, but I suppose, and not that this had anything to do with him not being in it, but I suppose the way that nature is presented in the Crimson Diamond would have been a little bit inconsistent in terms of like the nature as portrayed in Crimson Diamond is kind of, it's innocuous, right? It's not going to harm anybody, and that's kind of the thing about like why are people being so mean to destroy nature like this when it's like such a lovely thing. It doesn't. It's precious and doesn't harm people. And then you'd have Pleat the Bear just tearing stuff up, or people would think he is, I don't know. That's just an excuse. I probably just ran out of room, and I would have done it had I had more time and energy. Don't know. Rules of nature. Those cormorants, yeah. You guys haven't seen the cormorant death if you haven't played that game fully. You haven't seen the cormorants rip Nancy apart. It's Kilmorants, yeah. It's gory. Yeah. Bill Coon, happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah. If a bear does come at you, better turn violent to nature, or you better just run. Goman Summon says, which Crimson Lodger to have the best chances against the bear? My money's on Evan. It depends on what kind of bear, I suppose. Because isn't there that, it's probably not even true, but if it's a Kodiak bear or a polar bear or a brown bear or a black bear, you're also supposed to like either run or climb a tree or play dead. Like depends on what kind of bear. So I guess it would matter about that. But I don't remember what the saying was, and it's probably not even true. But I would make it true in my game if I was going to make a game with a bear attack. Yeah, Jack can do it, old lady Norman. Very good. It's right in his name. Ugh. Sorry. Ugh. 10:45. Okay, 11:45. I gotta stop it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that show, Lady Norman. Another thing about Adventure X is they did karaoke this time. They always tend to do a karaoke, and Gunderslav did karaoke. Did Welcome to the Jungle. Did a wonderful job. And I never do it. And there's been so many opportunities to do karaoke, and I never do it. And part of me regrets it, but I don't feel too bad about it. There were like 2 different opportunities to do karaoke at this particular one. Because there's a place that has like more public karaoke, and then there was a place that you could do like rooms, like Japanese style karaoke. I didn't do either. But I have a fine enough time on my own in the car, singing my little heart out. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Bilkin says there's a vintage computer festival in Montreal in January, the first one in Canada. Really? You don't say. That's just fascinating. Goman says if they were being chased by a bear, they wouldn't have to outrun the bear. Yeah, only have to run Albert. You only have to outrun the slowest person. Is what that whole saying is, isn't it? I didn't know. I'm not super following vintage computer stuff, to be honest with you. I'm Bill Coon. But I love the fact that that's happening. But yeah, I'm not a big box collector. Do they even have a lot of big boxes at those things? Just out of curiosity. Not that I'm a collector or I'm going to become one or anything. Haha, yeah, I'm pleased with that. That definitely has more character in it. Montreal is a delightful trip. I took the train when I went to Montreal not that long ago, and it was much nicer than a plane. Okay, Billiken says there are lots of big boxes at VCF, and conventions is where you want to get them because conventions give the best price for goodie ratio. Whoa. No, but I'm not. I'm not a. You see, I'm not. I'm not a collector. So. Oh wow, Billiken says I learned about it at VCF Midwest. There was a VCF Montreal T-shirt that the promoting group left behind that I salvaged during the cleanup. Nice. Yeah, Montreal, eh? That's not that far. Montreal's cool. I liked it a lot. Oh yeah, that indie. I'm not gonna do any better, a journeyman, as that Indiana Jones and Last Crusade like awesome box. No, I'm not gonna. And honestly, there's not even anything I really super want. Because I've got my Colonel's Bequest. You know. I don't have Secret of Monkey Island, which would have been really nice to have. But that one, of course, is a very expensive. And so I'm totally okay with not buying it or owning it. Okay, it's pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna leave this for now. I'm pretty pleased with that. I'm gonna just switch the camera and save this on. Oh, that was on Google Drive. Save it in my other place for backup. Backup in many places. Cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so more tea. They have vintage computers for sale at conventions and parts. Yeah, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole either. My gosh, there's so many rabbit holes. I'm already down so many, you guys. Rabbit holes. Yeah, this is actually the cup is like usually I have the cup over here, but the cup is right in front of me this time. That's why you see it, because I need it a lot today. But yeah, let's move on. Let's move on to some Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. A little bit stuck on it. That's okay. What's in the cup? Lemon ginger tea again. Well, this time it's nice and hot. Oh, looking forward to continuing that. Okay, here we are. Got to change my channel. They don't have this. They don't have this amazing game on the thingy. It just makes me sad. So I got to stream under retro. Okay, here we go. Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. For those of you who are just joining us with this game, and it's fun because you can make your own name in this game. And so I'm Minamata Julia. My girlfriend Kumiko, her little sister Nagisa has gone missing. Yes, this was the week before, of course. Yeah, this is a great game. And last night, Nagisa said she was going to go to the store to buy soy sauce, and she never came back. And we've been walking around town asking people all kinds of questions. I've been making notes, and let me review them shortly for those of you who are just joining us. We went to the drive-in. The drive-in guy said he saw Nagisa day before yesterday with a man, but didn't see his face much. And it looks like Nagisa was getting money from this guy. Master says that Nagisa, they call him the drive-in master. I don't know why they call him that, but Master said that Nagisa resembles Kumi-chan, which I guess means his Kumiko, my girlfriend, the older sister. And there's this idea, potentially, that Nagisa was prostituting herself at the drive-in. But her sister doesn't think so. Kumiko doesn't think so. We visited the Fila Tennis Club. Nagisa seemed to come here often. And Yoko, another lady who goes to the tennis club often, says that Nagisa has not been around lately. And Kumiko, Nagisa wasn't seen at the tennis club yesterday. Kumiko thinks that Nagisa was lying about going to the store to buy soy sauce, because this guy at the supermarket didn't see her either, and we did talk to him too. There is also someone called Hanayama who lives in a big house, And was Kumiko and Nagisa's dad's subordinate and then became boss after their dad died. And he says he hasn't seen Nagisa. Yes, ironically, exactly. My dad went to the store to buy soy sauce and never came back. Oh, Lady Norman says, having just watched Desert Bus for Hope go to the store, had me lose it laughing just now. Go to the store to buy soy sauce. I don't even know. Like, is that even that? Maybe could even be the cultural equivalent in Japan to going to the store for cigarettes, like it is in North America. We visited a priest at the church, and doesn't even know that Kumiko has a sister, and he's acting weird. He's acting kind of dumb, and I think it's suspicious. But Kumiko thinks he's just senile, but he doesn't even look that old. All right, okay, let's see. I'm going to be brave and click this link, Lady Norma, because I trust you. Okay, hold on. Can I even have? Do I even have audio? Desktop. Okay, I do have desktop audio. Okay. Are you hearing that? I don't know. Oh, this. Oh God, it's a nightmare. Okay. God, it's a nightmare. Okay. I can't even watch the rest of that. It's so disturbing. It's so disturbing. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Okay. A book Bilkin said, oh, in King's Quest 3, I finally found out what the big yellow thing in the kitchen was. It is not a sombrero. It's not a giant mushroom. If you look ceiling, the game tells you what it is. Bilkin, you cannot leave us in suspense. What is the big sombrero hanging from the ceiling of King's Quest 3? Please. Okay. Other stuff. We showed the priest a picture of Nagisa, and he mistook it for Kumiko. It's a set of baskets. Oh, no. It doesn't look like no baskets. No, I'm so sorry, Zach Brown Games. I'm so sorry. Okay, next. There's a guy called Sekiya-san, the master of a big hotel. Kumiko and her father used to go there often for dinner. Is that all I have? There's literally all the notes I have. We talked to way more people. Anyway. Can you get the basket? Okay. Here we are. And it's so funny because after we saved her game last time, Kumiko, our girlfriend, says, Dewa gemu o seibu shimasu. So she's actually saying we've saved the game, which is kind of a weird thing for a person to say. Oh, so if you try to get basket, the game says you can think of no use for baskets right now. Okay, Lady Norma says Desert Bus for Hope is a week-long stream, a comedy troupe from Vancouver due to raise money for Child's Play. Love, yeah, I've definitely heard of Desert Bus for Hope, but I didn't know what charity they were supporting. Okay, Command. So I feel like we kind of been all the places and asked everyone's stuff. Now, I don't know, in this room, I don't know. Oh, wait, there is a denwa. There is a telephone, but we don't really have any phone numbers, which means that that's not super useful to us. But I don't know. I mean, do you think we could call the police and ask them for any updates? I don't think I have the police phone number. I don't. Okay. But Sonota is going to give us... okay. Denwa Suru. Let's try Denwa Suru, but I don't think it's going to ask us for a number. Denwa Suru Toko Nante Nai wa. I guess we cannot do that right now. I think improv seems really cool. I wouldn't mind trying to do that myself as well, because that seems like a fun skill to be witty and funny on short notice. I don't know how I'd use that actually. Well, I stream. I don't know. Maybe more people would watch me if I was witty and funny. I don't know. Let's see, what else can we try? We can try suili suru, which is like to deduce about things. Dare no ohanashi kara suili suru. She's asking, so whose story do we want to deduce? And I don't know if we're going to see anything different from what we've seen, but we just met up with Sekiya-san at the hotel, so maybe she has something to say that's new that we have not seen yet. Okay, I think, okay, Julia, that's me, says, I said, Sekiya no hanashi o do omo? So, I'm saying, what do you think of Sekiya-san's story there? Kumiko says, Sekiya-san kara wa mada taishita hanashi o kiite inai wa suiri nante dekinai wa yo. So basically what she's saying is that she hasn't heard enough of his story to really make any like definitive call on what she thinks of his story. Oh yeah, Dungeons and Dragons as well. Socially, very good skill, improv, I think. I would imagine. Okay. But I don't think we're going to yield anything from this. I'm wondering, okay, is there anything to take in this room? Bedo and denwa. Can we take the bed? Bedo o totte omo yo. Anata kiwatai shikari shite. So basically saying no. Hey, there you go. Bilkin, have you taken any improv classes? Bilkin says, taking improv classes will definitely make you a better tabletop role-playing gamer, either PC or GM. I'm wondering, because we have some of these commands that we haven't really used very much. There's Daki Yoseru. Oh, you know what? I had other notes because I wrote them down. Okay. Daki Yoseru means to hug. And we could try hugging. Maybe that'll pass the time, hugging, you know? Then there is... I don't know what shime ageru means still to this day. I don't know what that command means. Shime ageru. Anyone have any ideas? It says to tighten, but I honestly, your guess is as good as mine. Let me take a look at what Google Translate has to say. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's offloaded. Darn it. You need a daikyoseru? I don't know what daikyoseru is. Exactly. I don't speak no Japanese. Okay, I'm installing my Google Translate again. I had to offload stuff because whenever there's a big old update on the iPhone, it says you don't have enough space for this update, so delete some of your photos. The hug. Oh yeah. Sorry, daki yaseru. Yeah, daki yaseru. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this. Okay. Allow access to camera. Okay, so yes, shime tighten. I don't know what it means. Okay, let's try to tighten. I don't know what that means. Number 2. Dame yo kanshaku o okoshicha. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can find out from context what this means. We try to tighten. Okay, dame means no, basically. No good. Don't do that, or whatever. So I don't need to translate that. Other thing is this kanshaku o okoshicha. Okoshicha. Yes, allow. Kanshaku o okoshicha. Cha. She says she'll throw a tantrum. What does that mean? She says she'll throw a tantrum if I try this. Futari de chikara o awasereba sono uchi nantoka narutte. She doesn't like this. Futari de chikara o awasereba sono uchi nantoka narutte. If we put our strength together, things will work out eventually. Okay. I don't know what Titan means. Oh yeah, the other one, yeah, journeyman. Those ones I've got down. That first set of commands I totally have down. The only ones I have a problem with are the ones on the second screen, which are these ones, which is Daki Yoseru. Numbers the 0, 1, and number 2, which is Shime Ageru. I don't know what those two mean. No, Daki Yoseru means to hug. Number 2 on this screen, Shime Ageru is the difficult one. It says Titan. I don't know what that means. Everything else, yeah, everything else I'm pretty good on. Okay, so another laptop built good Asus ZenBook dual model UX84068 after factory. Okay, so Daki Yoseru means to hold close or embrace. Yeah, Denwasu. Okay, to intimidate is Shime Agaru, is to imitate. Okay, tighten up. Okay, thank you. That journeyman, that definitely helps. Okay, let me write this one down. That's one I've been stuck on. So this is tighten, but this also means intimidate or threaten. Okay. Okay, so we haven't done that at all with anybody. I wonder if we need to. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, the other ones are cool. Okay. So. Okay. What did I do? Ima wa nagasi o sagasu no ga saki no. Anyway, I don't know what he did. You got to create a translator bot. Yeah, that's basically what Google Translator is. Okay. So I'm wondering if we need to pass time, like go to another day or something. Or I could try going out and using my newly acquired intimidate action on anybody. Let's try that first, because I really don't know if there's any time mechanic in this game. So let's Basho Ido. Let's get back out there. Ara Uchiyama yo. Okay, so let's go there. We've been here before. Okay, there's no one here. We tried this already. Yama, we can't take the mountain itself. Yama can't take the Kusamura. This is fine. Okay, Bashoido. Let's go again. Let's go to a place and let's go intimidate somebody. This guy. Doraibuin. Let's go to the drive-in. Oh, we got to go inside, right? Naka ni hairu. Let's go inside. So this is the drive-in master. We're gonna try to intimidate him. Okay, because it says Julia drive-in no naka dawayo. Yeah, he's in here. Okay, so let us try to intimidate him. Number 2. Oh, okay. This just looks like a generic thing, and nothing really happened. Ma nante Rambo na Rambo? I don't know. Rambo na koto o iu no jodan desho. So it's like you're joking. So I don't think this means anything good. Ma nante Rambo na koto o iu no. What a rude thing to say. Okay, so we can't intimidate him. Fine. I'm gonna leave again. If I can't intimidate you, I don't want to be here. I'm just going to go around trying this one command on everyone. If nothing works, then I'll just restore the game and do something else. Naka ni hairu. Let's go. Ryu mo naku shiranai hito no uchi ni. Don't know if there's anyone in there. We can't get in this house. We never got into these places. Oh, you know what? Maybe we need to knock on these doors and stuff. Can I get inside? Ryu mo naku shiranai. Oh, there's no reason. Don't know a reason to go inside. Because this is our house, I think. Okay. Because it says... Yeah, that's my house, so there's no reason to go there. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go here. This guy. This is the supermarket guy. Let's try to intimidate him. 9. Shime ageru. Ah. Bill Cadet wasn't intimidate an option in more of a manner? Probably, and also probably it didn't do anything for me anyway. I know Robospacer is interested in playing it, and I'm very much looking forward to his. Adrian Bass says, I want to use some weird lines like the door embraces the empty space when you close it. Let's try to intimidate him. No, we can't. We cannot. Okay, this is very easy at least. Let's go here. Oh, this one? Can I go in here? You can't go inside of this one. Okay. There is other places though we've been. This one is... Oh, this is the Bira Hotel. Let's go to intimidate the Sekiya, the Bira Hotel place guy. Let's go. Okay, no, that didn't work. Second account, happy Crimson Tuesday. Oh, thanks very much for the raid. Nensan Dubois, happy Crimson Tuesday. What are you up to, second account? Let's give you a shout out. Good to see you. Yeah, we're playing Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. And I'm kind of stuck, but I'm not quite ready to look into a walkthrough or anything. Kakalikoa, happy Crimson Tuesday. Yeah. What were you streaming? This is beautiful, but yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit stuck. I discovered with the help of my chat that I had a command that I was not using called intimidate. So I'm just trying that on everybody, and it's not working. This is the church, right? This guy. Ha! Second account. I've been working on the terrible final level of Echo the Dolphin. Not yet successful. Never played. We're going to try to intimidate this nice... Well, I don't know if he's nice. We're going to try to intimidate this priest. Because he is acting kind of weird. He didn't know my girlfriend had a sister. How do you not know that? Everyone else knows it. It's not working. Okay, never mind. Never mind. How about this? I forget what was in here. Can't go in here. Okay. No. Okay. What's this again? This one? Joel, but this is the riding club? Yes, let's intimidate the guy at the riding club. Number 2, Shime Agaru. Cannot intimidate the guy at the riding club. Okay. This is not getting us very far. Okay. Oh, this is the tennis club. Go to tennis club. Intimidate. This nice lady. Cannot. Okay. This did not go very well. Is this that guy's house? Yeah, yeah, we can go to this guy's house. Let's intimidate this guy. I like how he gets drawn in. This is now the boss of Kumiko's and Nagisa's father's company. He might be sus. We cannot intimidate this man. Okay. I'm also being not yet successful. There's no one here. This is just like a residential district. There's nothing here. Okay, fine. I'm stumped. Go over here. No, there's nothing this way. I mean, there's nothing to go inside to ask about, really. That's what the question is. Okay, so this is where we start. Okay, so I'm going to, like, for whatever. I don't think there's a time mechanic. I'm just going to load. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Okay. So I'm wondering, yeah, like I'm wondering if there is like a different day-night thingy, because we've already passed one night. It's kind of got triggered automatically. Last night, Nagisa Kumiko's little sister went missing, and then we kind of called the police, and then the next day happened. So I'm wondering if we need to like pass time. Pressure, confront, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, intimidate, pressure, confront, all that good stuff. But nothing's happening. So I'm gonna try. See, there's, okay, there is some of these, like, we can try to embrace our girlfriend. Maybe comfort her a little bit. Oh, Oh, she's telling us to stop. Okay, no, so that's not gonna work. She's saying, okay, literally she's saying, Ima wa Nagisa o sagasu no ga saki na no ni. Yes, the priority is to find Nagisa, so no hugging until we find Nagisa. That doesn't help. Basho ido atari wa miru, hanashi kakeru, nanika tazuneru. Can we look? Can we do anything? We don't have anything. I am a little bit stuck. Basho ido atari wa miru. Look around. I mean, there's nothing. There shouldn't really be anything here, right? Risu no aida ni dare ka kita yosu wa nai wa. Okay, well, there's nothing really to look around here. Is there any other, no, there's no other place here. Cancel. Yeah, AI-san. AI-san. Yeah, I'm a little bit stuck now because I visited everyone. I asked everyone everything. We did pick up an item. We do have items. I don't really know how to look at them. 6? Is 6 what we can have? Okay, no. 6 is to show something, go inside to deduce, ask something, talk. Okay, no. Can we check out the okay, there's nothing to do. There's nothing interesting with the phone. We do have a couple items. We have a scrap of paper and another thing. In which case, maybe I should go around and ask everybody about the scrap of paper. Maybe. Yeah, it's the only sound effect you're going to get, so I'm glad you like it. I like it too. Because, I don't know, maybe we should just show people. So it's going to be a good reminder about what we actually have. So why don't we show this guy the paper? Which is, show me something. Show... Oh, wait. Ask something. We can't ask anything right now? Oh no. Aisatsu mo nashi ni ikinari shitsurei janai kashira. Isn't it rude to come in here without saying hello? My god. 2. Okay. He said all this before. Now we can ask him something, show him something. Can we show him the paper? Okay. So yeah, we can. Oh yeah. Sorry, it was not a paper. It was a tarot card with death on it. Oh, we already did all this. We already asked we already asked everyone about this, and then no one said they knew anything about it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no one knows anything about this. Okay, I might be officially stuck. In which case, I might have to look at a walkthrough. Because I'm pretty sure we looked at everything and we've shown the tarot card to everyone. We did that last time. And nobody had anything to say about the tarot card. And this is to take. We can try to take the master, or we can try to take the table. Neither of those are going to do anything. Yeah. Unfortunately. Can I look at something? Nani ka tazuneru? Oh, ask about... we already asked about our little sister. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I'm a bit stuck. I'm going to look at a quick walkthrough, and I'm going to just at least get us started on the right path. Karuizawa Yūkai Annai. Let's see what we got. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm just reading someone telling a story of it, basically. But that's kind of helpful. Hold on. Is there an actual kidnapping? Okay, nope. Might it be actually a little bit harder? No, don't worry about that linky thingy. Is it going to be harder than I kind of was suspecting? Because there is someone who's kind of someone did kind of write kind of an overview of it. In which case, I could probably get through it. Okay, I'm just going to read ahead a little bit. I'm sorry, this is not interesting watching me just read something when you're not seeing what I'm reading. Okay, apparently, okay. There's something we did miss. Apparently, okay, cool. We did miss something. At the house. Back at the house. Apparently there's other places you can go in the house? Okay. So go inside. How did we possibly miss what other stuff is in the house? Okay, let's see. It's not to... Five. Let's see here. Okay, these are all the same. Okay, it's not that. Kita 8. Is it just gonna call me? Yeah, it's just gonna make me go out. Yeah, intimidate the house. Well, there's a way. There's a way. No, okay. Check something out. 4. Denwa bedo. Because there's definitely something I'm missing, because there's an item that we don't have that we can get from this house, and it's not in this room. It's in a room that has a desk, and I don't see a room with a desk in it. So I think we're just missing something really simple here. Ask something, check something out. No. Take something, show me something. Go inside. Okay! Right. Okay. Great. Okay. Kumiko goes, Julia, Nagisa no heya dawa yo. So this is Nagisa's room, which I have not gone into because I didn't know how. Okay, great. I don't even know how I came in here. Okay, that's fine. We're just very excited. Look around, number 1. Tsukoe to bedo ga aru dake. So she's saying there's a desk and a bed. Nagisa ga rounin chu datte iwanakatta ke. I don't know what that means. I'm very excited. It's a new screen. Okay. So, Tsukoe to bedo ga aru dake. Yeah, just a bed and a desk. Nagisa ga rounin chu datte iwanakatta ke. Didn't I say Nagisa was a ronin? I don't know. I guess ronin can mean other things. Wait a second ago, which one was intimidate? It was on the second. So you know, on this particular menu you're seeing here, number 9 says sonota. Sonota means other, and then there's a second menu that has other stuff on it, like the hug, the call on telephone, and then number 2 was intimidate. 0 was hug, 1 was call on telephone, 2 was intimidate, 3 was sound, 4 was screen modes, and 5 was game usebu. Yeah. Okay, so okay. あの子、勉強するなんて言って、ほとんどこっちに住んでたのよ。What, she basically saying this is where Nagisa would do her studying? I don't know. あの子、勉強するなんて言って、ほとんどこっちに住んでたのよ。 ano ko. Yeah. Oops. Ko. Ano ko. Okay. Ano ko benkyou suru nante. Yeah, she said she was going to study, but she pretty much lived here. Ano ko benkyou suru nante hotondo kochi. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, see, yeah, beta human. Okay, says it was like she lived here. She studied so much. Okay, cool. Okay, okay. Just know when to talk to, except for you, so you don't do that. Let's let's check something out. Let's check out the tsukue, which is the desk. Tsukue o shirabete kurenai ka. So I'm asking, please check out the desk, Kumiko. And Kumiko goes, to. Toku ni kawatta tokoro wa nai wa. So just think nothing. Toku ni kawatta tokoro wa nai wa. Nothing really changed. Okay, so nothing's really changed there. But we can check out the hikidashi, which is the drawer. Which is what we want to do. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Hikidashi is drawer. Hikidashi o shirabete kurenai ka. Kumiko goes. Ki ga togameru wa ne. Ki ga togameru wa ne. I don't know what that means. It says the tree will blame you. It's probably not what that means. Anyway, let's move on. Address. Chou ga aru wa. So it's an address book. Okay, so address book. Interesting. Can we take it? I'll check it. Address chou. Let's take the address chou. Okay. Okay. Address chou o totte okoyo. Okay, so take the address book. And Kumiko goes, Ato de ano ko ni okorareru to ikenai kara kono ba de naka o shiraberu dake ni shimashou. I don't know if she said yes or no. Let's find out. Ato de ano ko ni oh god. Sorry. Okay. Ato de ano ko ni okorareru to ikenai kara kono ba de naka o shiraberu dake ni shimashou. Oh. Okay, she's okay. Kumiko says, I'm afraid she might get angry with me later, so let's just examine the inside here. Okay, we can do that. Okay, so let's go. Okay, that's not it. Is go inside gonna be the right thing? No, okay, we can't go inside. What's the right thing here? Move, look around. Can I look around like this? No. Hoka. Okay, there's nothing else to look at. Talk, ask something. No. Check something out. Okay, can we just check it out then? Okay, shiraberu. Let's shiraberu the adorasu chou. Fine. Okay. So, Kumiko goes, Tomodachi no jusho ga kaite aru wa. So, her friend's jusho, like address, I guess? Tomodachi no jusho ga kaite aru wa. Okay, her friend's address is written in this adorasu chou. Okay. Her name is Mizuki Asami. Mizuki. Okay, let's write this down. Note. Okay. Mizuki Asami. Mizuki Asami. Friend of Nagisa. Found in her address book. Okay. Okay. Ara, eki no chikaku no koyo. Ara, eki no chikaku no koyo. So she lives, I guess she's near the station? Ara, eki no chikaku no koyo. Oh. Yeah, she lives by Ara eki. She lives by Ara station. Okay. Thank you, Beta Human. She lives by Ara Station. Yo. Okay. Rikyo kara minami ni itta ie da wa. So it's north or south. It's south of. It's a house south of the Rikyo. Rikyo kara minami ni itta ie da wa. Yeah, house south of Rikyo. I don't know what Rikyo is. Rikyo. Okay, house south of Rikyo. And house south of Rikyo. I wonder if that's going to pop up on our screen now that we know about it. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if Google Translate has anything else to say about this. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, it's saying how far south from Rikyo is her house. I don't know what that means. Anyway, something about Rikyo south of her house, whatnot. Okay. Please, by our station. Is that all it says? There's no. Okay, we don't get to know her address or phone number. I thought we were gonna call her or something. Okay. Anyway, let's try again and let's check the address book again. Okay. Okay, so same thing. So nothing new. Well, that's good though. We can't take it. So I wonder if we can visit and if we can find this darn house. I will save it though. Okay. Let us go. Is there going to be a new house on this? In a house south of Rikyo. I don't know. Kokora Uchi Yamadawa. Oh, church. Okay, Rikyo. So south of the church. Okay, so there is a church. Okay. Cool. Okay. So the church is this one. Wait, it's... Okay, is this the church? Which one is the church again? Okay, that's my house. So, this place is not that big. Why am I having so much trouble? Fila, that's a tennis club. Is this the church? No. Julia Sasayaki no. I don't know what this means. Okay. Totemo ii. Okay, wait. Find the house. Find the house. That's the hotel. This is the. No, this is wrong. I'm not only am I trying to do this in a different language, but I'm just got a really bad sense of direction. Is this? This is okay. This is the church. They call it the Pero, or Peulo Kyokai. This is churchy. This is churchy guy. Okay, so you're saying south of a church. Okay. That's not the house. Okay, I'm gonna check the walkthrough again. Just see what it says again. Okay, so address book. Asami Mizuki lives near the station. Okay. She lives near the station. Okay. Which one is the station again? So the station is this one. Right? So this is, okay, this is the station. Okay, so, oh, Asami no Ie ni, okay, this is it. I'm sorry. Can we take a look around the area? So this is her house. Right. Can we go inside? Ah! Oh, gee. Oh, what? Hello. Oh, no. Wait a second. Is that bad? Is that bad? Is that not allowed? I don't know what's not allowed. That makes it look worse, but it's fine. I gotta, excuse me, Nancy, you gotta go a little bit higher because I gotta read. Here. How's Donda having Crimson Tuesday? What is going on here? Okay, yeah, let's give Tonda a shout out. Thank you, Tonda, for coming out of lurk to be wholesome. Wholesome. Nothing but good, clean fun over here. Tonda, if you want nothing but good, clean fun, check out Tonda Goss's stream. He never has anything like this on his streams. It's just wholesome goodness, sunlight, and kittens. And he's also a great artist too. So check out that. So let's see what we have. Julia, Asami no heya da wa yo. So this is my girlfriend Kumiko is saying, Julia, this is Asami's room. Yes, indeed it is. She seems very comfortable here. Oh boy. Well, do you think we'll get banned because we have a little flash of Underoos? Is that bad? Yeah, I did my best. I don't have. Yeah, just right into her room. This is our fault. This is our fault. She was changing or she was farting or something. I don't know what she was doing. Okay. 12:35. I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, let me actually put a save game down. We're gonna save. It's always nice to get to save a part just to look forward to, you know. Save it under screen snapshot 7. Saving under slot 7 on the emulator. I'm saying this out loud for my own benefit. Number 9, I'm going to game with Seibu. Number 5. Great. Game has been Seibu'd. What a cliffhanger, you guys. Yeah, thanks for being here, Edinburgh, and everyone. Wow. So we're gonna interrogate this lady. Oh my God! What a. Okay, you guys can see. Okay, it's fine. I could still see panties. Because that's only on the OBS. It's been fixed. Yeah, we're gonna interrogate this lady. Maybe she'll like us intimidating her, or maybe she'll enjoy being frisked by Kumiko. I don't know. We'll see. Ooh. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for the resubs. Thank you. The courtesy flush for the raid. Disaster Squad as well for the raid. Deavor, And Sagna Cow for the raids. DGen stream. We don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get well. Trying to go to bed a little bit earlier than usual and see where it gets me. Yes, happy American Thanksgiving to all who celebrate. We're gonna come back at. Let me just check my schedule. I don't think there's gonna be anything that's gonna make me not be on time next week. No, it's good. We're good. We're gonna. You know. Oh no, I just ripped out my own earbud, even though I'm not hearing anything. Oh, Odaiji ni. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna ask Google Translate what Odaiji ni means. Odaiji ni. Ah, take care. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to take care. I'm gonna drink a lot more of this tea. And see you guys next week. More. We're gonna. I'm not gonna even promise it anymore. We're gonna continue to put finishing touches on that cafe interior. Maybe we'll play more EGA DOS Double Dragon. Maybe we'll play it twice to make up for the fact we didn't play it this week. And we're going to continue with this incredible game that is very wholesome. Go on, Sonia. Thank you, Beta Human. Everyone, it's always good to see you guys. Let's find someone to raid. Ooh, shall we raid? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it, man. I started to feel like the fluids that run around in the head, they seem to be solidifying. I need more hot liquid. Who do we got? Who we got? Oh man. First thing we gotta do is see if anyone streaming Crimson Diamond. And then I gotta check to see if anyone is also streaming that maybe not streaming under. Oh my gosh. The thumbnail for the stream is Nancy shocked and me with my hand over my face. Is anyone streaming currently besides me? No. Mint extract on your nostril rims sounds painful. I don't have anything like that on me. Kyle knows bequest. Don't clip it. I tried my best. Don't ban me from Twitch because of, this guy Yuji Horii and stuff. Okay, who's doing what? Who's doing what? Do we have anyone playing any whoa. Is this okay? You don't know how. Good. Where are we gonna go? Oh man, yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. What's that? What's that game? Hold on, I gotta see this game. I'm intrigued. I'm not gonna commit to it yet. I gotta see what it's all about before I go here. But this looks very oh, yeah, we're doing this. Cyber Trucker Alpha is playing a PCA 98 game called Ugetsu Kitan. And it's beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. Let's go there. Okay, let's I am going to do a read on Cyber Trucker Alpha, another wonderful retro streamer. This game, I think I've seen him play before. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's go over there. Yeah, I'm staying up, of course. I'll be in the chat, checking that out with you guys. Because I need to cut my VODs and whatnot. So, yeah, come join me there. Oh, my throat, guys. We're all there. Okay. Oh, that's weird. See you next Tuesday. I was told by Grindaslav over Adventure Game Hotspot, over Adventure X. See you next Tuesday. Can mean other things, and I totally forgot, and I've been saying that all the time, but I really mean it. See you guys next Tuesday. Okay. Happy Whimsical Tuesday. Have a good rest of your week.